African Union song.
Solidarity forever. So makes us strong. Ever. So makes us strong.
I got our comrades. Selves and selves. Because we are not doing justice to this song, comrades. In the proletariat struggle for a very long time, and we still don't enough. So let's do justice and learn the words so that we do justice to our own struggles as the working.
Manda. Manda. That's Chivenda, comrades. Aina. Tsonga. Matimba. Thank you. Krach. Policy conference. I'm supposed to take 15 minutes. I know that the provinces are represented, the lower structures to the higher structures. Just before I actually start, in its objective, Sadtu one of its be to eradicate discrimination based on gender, sexism, and sexual harassment of teachers. 6.8, to encourage, to eradicate, refer to this 6.6, 6.7, 6.8 of the Constitution on the 6th of October in the 10th Congress of South African Democratic. We're going to have an EI Congress. General Secretary is touted to become the president of Tare Comrade Mgwena Malu. Events is the general elections on the 29th of May. Others to make sure that ANC slant-light victory is certain. We must make rights, our democratic gains. If we don't, as Sadtu Khefar, be your right to strike. They are saying they will declare education essential service. Well, this March month is said to be this is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, male and women are treated equally. We need one another, women in particular. And we must be able to embrace diversity and celebrate diversity to allow women to be their own liberators. The 9th of August in our country, that is why we should be emotional. Apartheid has oppressed all of us, but women were extra oppressed. Strength, waged relentless struggle to bring these atrocities to an end. Unfortunately, to this day, Women's Month, we also have March in our country as Sharpeville and Langa massacres, wherein people were fighting for their Let me come back to in which we have site represented by 3 comrades. We have BECs over, the PECs, 9 of them, National Executive Committee. The highest decision-making structure in between conferences is 1. Organization. They are taken through site steward councils because meeting. It is expected that at the level of the site, that while we must deal with issues of mobile, so that teaching and learning and quality, other than what takes branch general meeting, in a branch, all members are invited. They come there. The BEC, the mandate to implement, and are based on the policy of the union on gender. There shall be 50-50 representation. That policy, the formation of the BECs, not only that, but also of the PE. When we started the unions, the months ago, should be women. It was saying at least 3. Even you had 2 or 3 males, it was not a problem. Constitution, and go back to our objectives to try and make sure that 50-50 representation. Because of this issue. Remember, when you go to Congress, it's provinces, provincial of each of the provinces to Congress. One among us agitated for women to meet aside as women, irrespective, but also in terms of what. But in 2002, it emerged from one of the aside, males aside, and of a women representation in the organization. Because history does not have blank pages. The rest is history. The debate of 50-50 came strong to change what the union used to do. See, in the PEC and also, so it changed from saying at least 3 elect BEC, REC, NEC up there, NWC, it will be 50-50, which means 4 will be women. The same nearly happened. Representation in the union. It emerged again. Thing called zebra. Zebra means black and white, would be male in that order. And Congress in 20 and believed that it was still very relevant that representation of the union on 50-50 representation. But there is a lot to say we are not as happy as we would have liked. Some prefer the zebra approach. Some say something else could happen, such as, for instance, if you have a National Executive Committee meeting, they prefer that one of the PWC members, a female comrade, whether rotational or come and deliberate on that and shape where the union must go. Yes. And in terms of implementation, be in 2029. So if you decide at this Congress to say of that policy, moving away from 50-50 will only be implementable in not grooming leaders, comrades, as the union, irrespective of gender. But the MDM structures are stealing from us because cadres to take the struggle forward. It's not us. You remember what the union did in the past, diploma in labor law. Ask me, where are those? The department stole them from us. In 2011, we went to provincial conferences. After the provincial conferences in the Eastern Cape, Comrade Fezeka Loliwe could not make it back. Tari in the Eastern Cape, she could not make it back. But we went to 2011. I remember that date vividly well. We went to Velmo. Remember what he was saying, Kuzolwiwa, Mautluganisa Sadtu, and so on. You remember that? And is it Ngabai or Ubani could not make it? And this was after the local government elections because Salum Sitole was the VP for sports, and she was stolen from us by the municipalities when she became, in 2014, national general elections from us. Just after having served, she came in a by-election. 3 years down the line, she was taken away from us. Room and the MDM structures continue to do so. In the National Executive Committee, I'm sure as I'm standing here that the MDM structures will continue to steal from us. Duma Duma, aya Duma makosikazi, ayongeni parliament. And it emerged that they have stolen. It's only a matter of time. Well, this thing is about power relations, comrade. You know that in the union in the past, Bernelli, media, there was the other one on benefit. A lot of committees until they were and in the union, the real powers of this union are in the hands of the Madisha there, speaking his own thing, signing collective agreements, and so on. The union has since evolved and took away all those powers, and they have put them in the office of the General Secretary. Some comrades are blaming rice. It's the policy of the union that you, the chairperson, or you, line of defense. The face of the organization is the General Secretary. Even at the level of the to go to media, to go and speak his own things, unless so deployed by the provincial secretary. So because this Are we going to say then the 50-50 in terms of 9 male and 4 should be male because the real powers of the union, because want to say we can't have a situation wherein our women are chairpersons and they are not next to where real power is. And we are there not to compete them. Now, when you come, it's represented in the union. You can't say on salary negotiations, for instance, say, accept 7.5. We are rejecting that. That's ill-discipline. That's not how your union works. You go into, if they were your own. That's how it works. You go into, if they were your own. That's how it works. It comes from Sadtu through Nyusa. Hasn't she been stolen from us? She has. Plus come from us. The list is endless. We groom. But moving forward, comrades, something that I've noticed in the list conferences. We might have to reconsider what is it that we're going to. There is that temptation. We might have to reconsider to say, spend 2 months as an office bearer of a fellow, or of the names of comrades are submitted for COSATU to consider. Positions we occupy must not be regarded as. We have said there is an elephant in the room in terms of the posts, lower structures and so on. And we said Congress must try and deal with this thing. To sell posts. Some among us are abused. All the best in this gender policy conference. You are all welcome.
Thank you very much, Comrade President, for those words. And also, I'm a program director. I will do just that. But thank you very much, President.
Thank you. Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Sadtu! Comrades, good morning. My task is very simple. I need to present the criteria. In terms of apologies, we've received very many apologies. It's like 2 pages long. So what I'm going to that is how I will present it to the conference. Comrades, we have here today present our NW 5 PwC members, and we have apologies. The others will join us later. Apologies for that. Then, comrades, we have present here in this conference. Then we have our provincial delegations. PwC members, which includes the 2 NEC members, and then also the gender convener, and 3 comrades. The members, can we just ask you to stand very quickly as I was at, so that we know Eastern Cape is in the house. Viva Eastern Cape. Is that in the house? Yes, they are. Right. Then we also have Gauteng in the house. We have an apology of the chairperson and the secretary. But we have KZN. Limpopo. We also have an apology from Limpopo, but Mpumalanga. Then we have Northern Cape. Provincial Secretary, Viva Northern Cape. And then we have Western Cape. And, so you see, we're doing it a bit differently in terms of delegates that are present in terms of the policy conference, because Comrade Delopi was job. So he was very worried about that, comrades. So that is in the credentials. And guests. And these guests are both, they be speakers, and they're going to come and share joined by the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Comrade Angeline Matsi. We were also joined by the Honorable Deputy Minister of Justice. I'm not sure if he's here already, but we will be joined by him. Then by Simpiwe Mab, the Regional Coordinator of Education International Africa. Comrades, we want to also acknowledge that we're going to have present Esther Maluleke, Chief Director, Social Mobilization and Empowerment of Women. I'm not sure if the person is in the house, but one of our speakers. Then, comrades, we also have Nutswake Mashela, Director, Employment, who will also be joining us for an input. We also have with us, comrades, Comrade Leah Kasaji of the EI Sawan, be joining us, comrades. Then, comrades, we in the house, our COSATU Gender Chairperson, Comrade Tandeka Msos, our National Lady, Liesel O, will be joining us also. Then we also have our SACPCC member who will be joining us, Comrade Riva Secretary, Dr. Cindy Fokker, and also our SACE CEO, in the case, and I want to present to the Congress. Those are the credentials, the participants, and also our guests.
Of credentials and the conference will note, we will not have a move that will come out of this conference, will still have to be processed, the apologies. But VP, allow me to it was my mistake. I should have submitted this apology to yourself. Meet today before midday. It's urgent. It's something as an organization. Therefore, we want to extend that apology on behalf of the General Secretary. As soon as they are done, he will definitely come and join us. Properly, VP, the podium to present the context, the objectives, as well as the conference process.
Comrade President, I am being body shamed, Mapila, and raise my formal complaint to you. I'm being body shamed. And I take offense when a Comrade President, later we are able to make some recommendations on. Okay. It's not coming? Is it? Okay. Was not doing anything about it. But these comrades. Provinces, the chairpersons, and members, also from the 9 provinces that are comrades, that is led. Following the approval of that resolution at Copenhagen in Denmark, to vote to hold public office and to end, to be punished for falling pregnant. We must be able, comrades, to move forward and change. These are some of the gaps that we think we are seeing. And school-related gender-based violence. We must be able to zoom into that and assist our comrades as to how they can go about combating that. But also, comrades, it can't be that a learner goes past with that gun unnoticed and then they reflect deeply so that we are able to influence resolutions at Congress level. Even us as women, we do perpetrate a gender convention of 190. Another object after C190, I'm sorry, after COVID-19. And spend time on it in order for us to be able to put it in practice. To share strategies from the Education International, especially the Africa. At this time, we want to take you through the program that we are going to be having. I think Comrade Pasika would also have the ILO on violence and sexual harassment work. Comrade Simpiwe Mbele will be coming and addressing us on that matter. Continue having speakers in this. Then we are going to have the General Secretary having to introduce the Minister of Education, Comrade Angie Mutshekga. She responds on GBVF in education in particular. And then we have another tea break, then come back and have the school context on school-related gender-based violence, which will be presented by Dr. Foka. She will only be slotted and come in on the second day. You can see that she'll be 4:20 to 17 hours. We'll have the union also responding on what the union would have done and give us an input. And also, as Sadtu, we conducted a research led by us on the findings and the recommendations that we're making. But also the General Secretary is going to take us through the code of conduct and representation of members. Summary on the gender policy, which was, and then that day will end. Then we come to day 2. On day 2, give us an overview of the presentations that were made yesterday. Equity and effects of gender inequality. We then break for a tip and have those 3 items there, starting from us on the introduction of the Minister of Justice, who will be here. Bless the meeting, but also we have Esther Malulega, who will also, and how we should react as a union towards the going to be presenting. And then we then move quickly to lunch. Then after the coordinator of AWEN from Africa, at about 3:30 after that presentation, we will come here and present the we are envisaging to have 5 commissions. The first commission will be outlined day 3, and we shall have tea break. This is why we are in Pretoria, in Swane, today, this time, and not in Kempton. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gender committee to come and then do the candle.
Solemn part of today's advisement said some time ago that many philosophers have interpreted the world. Ours is 2 years, and many more. We have come to say that yet today, it's to somebody who is so broken. As Sadtu, when we come to the candlelighting, when we come to the candlelighting ceremony, there's another side to this candle. When we light fire, today we are saying, so many of us, the world, union at large, are experiencing so many difficulties, so many social of our society. And as I call upon my fellow sisters in GenCom, our first candle in memory of all that has paid the highest price for the women and children, particularly of Palestine. The little ones, the babies, the mothers that are suffering. The second pandemic called by our president. And we dare say today that no man can call himself a real man if he abuses a woman. So we are saying it is high time that we take hands together and fight with this atrocity. I now call upon Free State and Limpopo to light the We light the second candle. We pray for a moral regeneration of the soul, so that all people may come to sacred and ordained by the Most High. Teachers, we in Sadtu are strategically placed to make a difference, influencing young minds. May we then once again reiterate our call to abstinence to restore the moral compass of our society. Finally, I call upon Northern Cape and KZN to light our fourth candle. HIV and AIDS is still with us. The fourth candle is lit for all those infected and affected by HIV and AIDS. We pray for the caregivers, the medical doctors, researchers, and all those who care for the sick and the dying. Yet, we also call to an end of the stigma that so often accompanies those who are infected and affected. And yet again, we want to say, let us practice the ABC. A, to abstain. B, if you cannot, at least be faithful. And C, if you can't do that either, please condomize. Let us protect ourselves and our loved ones. As we sit down and close the session, we want to say, forward to the unity in Sadtu, forward. Forward to the unity in Sadtu, forward. Amandla. I thank you, comrades.
Amandla. Indeed, we are celebrating International Women's Day. We want to agree with gender conveners as they were here. Indeed, ours is to change the world. Otherwise, whatever transformation we make under the current social order of society, it's nothing but reformism. It's not quality transformation of society. You can only qualitatively change society if we are to put the current order of society asunder and come up with a new order. So we agree with gender conveners that ours is to change the society or to change the world. We wanted to call the General Secretary of Sadtu as he joins us. We want to welcome you, GS. Your apology was presented and conference accepted it. We are sorry that we are going to call you to the podium having not settled properly and take a breath a little bit, but I know we social And the song was relevant as it was saying that kukude thambe emakhaya. Njenge-social, you will understand that. Come to the podium, GS. The floor is yours.
Amandla. Amandla. Matla. Aruna. Long live Sadtu, long live. Long live the ANC, long live. Long live SACP, long live. Long live COSATU, long live. Comrade Deputy President, let me thank you for the opportunity and recognize our president and the leadership of our union, the National Working Committee, and the National Executive Committee present here, and also greetings to all our guests and invited guests that are here, the leadership of the Alliance, and everyone who is here. Due to time constraints, Comrade President, I'll try my best just to summarize the context of gender in education by highlighting just a few things around these issues. First is to acknowledge that the union has done very well in terms of gender representation and gender balance. We may argue about executive structures and many other things, but just take it from a micro level that on the 29th of May, we are going for the elections. And I just want you to take some time just to say to yourself, let's look at the political parties in this country, all of them, and then you count how many of them are led by a woman. All of them, not saying now when you're going to your room in the evening, reflect on those particular things and say in 2024, we have only 2 political parties in this country out of multitude of them that are led by women, and the rest are led by men. Just take Africa, for example. It has got 52 or 54 countries. How many of them are led by women? History tells you that we only had 3 out of 54 that have ever been led by a woman. And now our union has done very well. I was laughing with the DGS the other day when we were reflecting on 2010, when we were taking some of the decisions that are progressive, not progressive, doing away with the progressive resolution to bring in a non-progressive resolution. The resolution that we used to have was that we will have a minimum of 3 in the leadership, and then we did not define the maximum, which was allowing us to have 8 women to lead the entire structure of our organization. However, we then say 50-50, which we can't exceed. When we go to the PECs and conferences and we elect, sometimes they want to elect 5 women. We say, no, you can't because you must go 50-50. We even put it into the Constitution. The progressive resolution was not in the Constitution. It was a policy of our organization. But it is as a result of the organization going through renewal and responding to the time and responding to issues that are confronting members on a daily basis as we change our policies. And hence, today's conference as well is to review some of those particular policies. And therefore, from time to time, we've got to look at what progress we have made and how far we have gone. And instead of fighting amongst ourselves, we sit like this and say, what are the issues that are obstacles towards us seeing this world that the president was talking about? So you say you want to change the world. So if we change the world, what type of a world are we looking for and how we can build that particular world? And hence it's important that we understand that there's nothing we can do as educationists and educators except to prioritize education to making sure that we can build the world that we want. So when I look at the books that our children used to read, there was a book called Mahlon Tebe, President. In Mahlon Tebe, we're talking about animals to represent people. It's educational. But again, there were gender biases, gender stereotypes, and gender prejudices. Of course, we carry along those grievances as we grow that have been taught to us. If you read a storybook that talks about this brave and a hero who has conquered during the Fakani, it's not going to be a woman. It's going to be a man. So we read these stories and then we teach our children in education about these particular stories. So if we don't make women heroes, our children are going to grow, come out of our education system with that mentality that said women are weak, women cannot confront issues, therefore they cannot get the results, they cannot do things, and so forth. But it all boils down to what education system you would want to build in a country and what material you have got to address. So if there is a story that was once told by elderly people, that there were people in the village, when they were sleeping, they used to hear drums during the night. And they kept on asking, who is playing these particular drums up until 4 o'clock in the morning? And then they disappear. So then the chief of the village had a dream. And his dream was that these monsters who are playing the drums, in about 3 days, they will wipe out the entire village. He then called the community, and then he told the community, who can volunteer to go and really plead with these monsters not to wipe out our village? Nobody volunteered. So it means in 3 days' time, the village will be wiped out. But Mokhadi and Matume being a boy and Mokhadi being a girl, they approached the king and the chief of the village and said, we want to volunteer. He says, you're but children, but you are a girl. Even if I were to agree that you must go, you can't fight the monsters. You have no power, you have got no strength to fight the monsters. But Mokhadi insisted, don't look at me as a girl, but look at me as a human being. If I want to die for my village, I want to die for my village, and therefore, please allow me to go and confront the monsters, because we can't perish, all of us. The chief hesitantly agreed. So Mokhadi and Matume went into this monster village or a forest, and they meet this chief of the forest who is going to finish. And Matume, being a man, so arrogantly approached the monster and says, I'm going to finish you today. And he was swallowed by a big snake that was guarding this king. Mokhadi left. She's a girl. She's not arrogant. She's clever. She's smart. And asked, what is your intention to wipe out the entire village? And the king said, the chief says, no, your village is accusing me of witchcraft. because we were playing the drums during the night. And when we play these particular drums, it's because we are paying homage to our forefathers in the forest. So how dare you accuse us of witchcraft? And then Mokgadi engaged with this chief to the extent that the chief abandoned the idea because now he can understand that there's no enmity between the two. It's a misunderstanding. It's misinformation. It's education. So Mokgadi educated the chief educated Mokgadi. Mokgadi became a patriot. She's given gifts to go back to the village, and the chief welcomes Mokgadi as a hero. So what stories are we telling to our children as teachers about gender balance? So Mokgadi is back. She's a woman. She's able to save the country. The chief is happy and says, she has saved our country, our village, and we are safe, all of us. If you give women an opportunity, they will do what you thought they cannot do. If you give our children an opportunity to learn, all of them equally, treating them as human beings, they will learn and they will do things that we never thought that they can do. There was another story. As we were growing up, I was also told by our elders, again, it always depends on this. So there were 2 boys and 1 girl. And again, forgive me because I'm going to talk about witchcraft because I come from Limpopo. So every story is related to witchcraft all the time. Unfortunately, this one has nothing to do with witchcraft. It has to do with albinism. Okay? So 2 boys, 1 girl. The boy is an albino. The other one is not. There is a saying in the village, according to my grandmother, that says the albinos during the night, they become vampires. They suck blood. And hence they were killed when they were born. So this little girl befriended the albino, and the brother decided, you know what, I can't. Disapproves it. Ostracized this little boy who is an albino, and then the little boy was abducted by the mineral people because they also believe, Comrade DGS, that albinos attract minerals, they attract wealth. That's what my grandmother is telling me. They attract wealth, and then if you can get them, you can build a shop, and that shop will always be full of people buying. It's like the shop of Lesilo. You remember Lesilo? Don't know if you have seen the drama of Lesilo, where we used to call, shh, Lesilo. So you'll go to the shop, Lesilo there, and then make sure that people buy like nobody's business, and then you shut the other door there. This little girl of ours in the story befriended the albino who's Noah, and they live together. She's also ostracized. She's also marginalized now because she is associated. So during this abduction, she now go to the police and help the police to be able to find this kid. And then she does the research. And during the research, she was able to consult a doctor, and the doctor says, there's nothing wrong. You are all the same, except that there's a skin disability. That's what makes you to differ. But all of you, you are the same. So finally, this little girl in our story was able to do research, was able to find out that there's nothing that is wrong. It's only our prejudices and our assumptions as people, and how the society has brought us up to be where we are, and how we deal with these things. So education, gender balance, gender inequality, it's important how the stories are written, how they are being told. So the essence of my story here is that when you want to deal with gender equality and gender balance without any discrimination of any sort, you also need education to educate people. Because now the community and the village is educated that there's nothing wrong with an albino. The difference is that there is a skin disability for this poor kid. The community was educated, it was well informed, and so forth. The last story, again in Limpopo. There's a village that wants to ban this old lady. They accuse the lady of witchcraft because they don't have information about dementia. So the old lady will leave the house, sometimes not wearing properly, and she gets lost, and she does not know where her house is. So she'll sit in front of the house there or in the gate, maybe sometimes not properly worn, the clothes, maybe half naked. Then the assumption, Comrade Mungodi, is that waloya. Waloya. Why are naked? How do you, Comrade Fasicha, a person in your gate naked? What do? You must kill that person because he's a witch. Interestingly, majority of the people who have always been burned alive because they are witches have always been elderly women, not elderly men. Because it's easy to explain that the man is not well mentally, therefore you as children take care of, you as mother or the wife, you must take care of this. But if it is this old lady, the elderly man with his husband will never take care of this particular old lady. She will keep on getting lost, Comrade Palace. Again, for us to be able to understand these prejudices, stereotypes, and so forth, we need to go back to education. So if we are to defeat gender stereotypes, prejudices about gender and gender inequalities, we've got to strengthen what we teach our children, how we socialize them, and so forth. So that is the essence of that. But you need to understand particular theories that are there as you deal with it. One of the theories and ideologies that are problematic is religion. I was asking her about the church now, because I knew I was going to talk about it very quickly. So we grew up, DGS, you remember when we were going to schools, Sunday schools. We grew up that you must appreciate your poverty because religion tells us that you are where you are because God wanted you to die. God wants to make sure that you are a test, a litmus test. People must learn from you about that poverty where you are, so you must accept. And Marx says it's very simple in terms of the conflicts theory. He says that religion, whilst other people take it as about unity and social cohesion, he says that religion makes people to accept their condition, and they will not question the bourgeoisie, they will not question capitalism, because religion has made them to be obedient, and therefore they accept their situation that the border was put by God, therefore we can't do against him, we can't kill him. So that is an ideology of religion. It does that. So there are two things around religion. Many of us believe if we bring religious education back into our classrooms, we'll not have the nyaupes, we'll not have this violence that is there. But the world today is divided, is at war because of religion. Others are told, be meek, be subservient, be obedient. Others are being told, go on and accumulate and dominate and so forth. So it's religion. So, have you ever seen a cross? A cross, the one like this for Jesus. Have you ever prayed under the cross? No, that's another theory. No, that's another is another theory we must understand. It's what we call intersectionalist. So it's activism that uses micro-level understanding of doing things that you need to understand, that nothing is secured unless you believe in it. Nothing is secured unless you have got conviction and a faith to believe in it. So the Christians, when they see the cross, they have internalized it, that this is our salvation, and they will do that. Of course, it's the same. When you see a crescent moon and a star, you see Islam, right? And the Islamic people will also believe that that symbol is micro level, it's an activist. It's an activist who understands that I have to believe. So when they see that, they also worship the symbols because it has got meaning. And they hold it secured because it's like that. So it's about assumptions and the conviction and faith that we're taught. Judaism as well, and Judaism, Christianity, which is different, which is about Zionists, believe that when they kill the Muslims, they are doing something that is right. And again, it's a symbol that they will believe in it. So simple, what I'm trying to do is to say, for us to be able to address these particular gender issues, let's not put education aside. Let's find and integrate our gender struggles within an education perspective. So there's another theory that is called feminist theory. And feminist theory basically believes in collaboration. It believes that women must fight for themselves and total emancipation of women. But they also believe in that theory that they have to do that in collaboration with men so that they are able to achieve this emancipation, which is a total liberation of themselves from oppression, from patriarchy, and many other things. So what books are we making our children to read about these theories? And then we educate them so that they can understand that the gender struggle is a class struggle, and that we have got to understand it from a theoretical perspective, and then be able to take forward these particular struggles to be able to achieve what we want to achieve. So, as I said, that I will not spend a lot of time with my theories here. It was just to contextualize gender struggles and gender balance. If we want that, it has to be within this, because we are balanced here. I won't believe. We have done our work. But obviously, if you see those parties that are going to be voted for, and all of them are led by men, don't you think that we have not done enough of what we are supposed to do? Do we want only leadership positions, Comrade Dudu? Or we want a fundamental change, and change the curriculum, and change the materials that we use, and create this equality, and create this atmosphere for both girls and boys to grow in an atmosphere that they know that they are equal. My last thing that I always challenge my Comrade Dudu, she does not believe in theories, she believes in fighting. It goes back to the fact that when we're dealing with education, we've got to make sure that we define ourselves as agents. So if you are a professional and a revolutionary professional who is an agent for change, you've got to make sure that you plant that particular change. Once you have planted it, it's not going to be easy to uproot it. So myself and my sister, Comrade Dudu, we always talk, and I say, there are a lot of work that women are doing that is unpaid for, unvalued, undervalued. And Comrade Fasicha is very simple. Our kids, they graduate in matric, all of them, boys and girls. But if you were to go back and say, this kid in grade 12 who is a girl, What was she doing at home, but she was able to get a distinction in mathematics? Was she not taking care of the siblings? Was she not washing for the boy? Was she not cleaning the dishes after eating, and the boy is not doing that? When this little one is sick and the mother has got to go to work, who has got to be told to stay at home? It's the girl. You've got to remain at home to take care of your younger brother or younger sister as a baby. So there's a lot, comrade, to do that women are doing that are not being paid. We're talking about 11 trillion US dollars of unpaid work that goes to be done by women. Women have to study. They've got to double their effort to be promoted at workplaces. They have to double their effort in any community and society issue so that they can be known. They have to do that. But what makes them to also believe in what they are doing, that they must do it? And they must never question it. Go back to religion. The Bible says, a woman shall be obedient and subservient to her husband. I go back to that thing. That says in Confucius, religion, one boy is not equal to 100 girls. One testic of a man, the man has got 2, but one of it is not equal to 100 girls. One testic. That's religion. In Hindu, they say to us that when it's a girl, she will have got to be obedient to the brothers, okay? And when she get out of the house, she's get married, she must be obedient to the husband. And when the husband dies, she must be obedient to the sons. How many sons have you ever seen fighting for the assets of the father who has got taxes? Education is very key. We in Sadtu believe that whatever we do, we must do it with the intention of changing, the intention of building a new person, a new skills. So with that being said, because I can talk the whole day, Comrade Palace, a former priest, me, I can talk and talk about the Bible, about the Quran, about everything, but that is not the intention. The intention is to contextualize our gender struggles in education, that whatever we are going to be discussing, we've got to look at it from a micro level of how these things that we teach our children and the books we choose and the books we write are undoing what we as Sadtu are trying to do here. Because when they come from where they are from the classroom, when they reach here, they realize that Sadtu has transformed things, but as they go into other areas, those areas are not transformed because we have not transformed it from the level where we're supposed to transform it. So basically, it's like a zero displacement. Treasure, you are a science person, obviously, so it's zero displacement. You do something, but at the end of the day, it's like you're not doing anything. So our efforts and our energies and our investment that we put in as Sadtu to develop ourselves, all of us, respecting each other as equals, are not always cascaded into the classroom. So gender conveners who are in the classrooms, I don't want to expose you, but do you teach children about equal roles? Some of you are in primary schools and then you make them to sweep when the other boys are playing. So the boys will have to wait for the sweepers to finish sweeping. After sweeping, they must koropa. I don't know what is this in English, but they must koropa using a mop. They scrub the floor and they clean the floor. Comrade Palace, I'm not, I would it Helen. No. I just want to be micro so that we understand small things that are derailing our progress that we are making as Sadtu. Because I believe we have made very fundamental progress as an organization in terms of gender balance, gender empowerment, and all those particular things, but not at the education level, where we're supposed to make sure that we tamper with everything that is there. I don't want to word about coloniality and sexuality today, because I can go on, because it was colonialism that created all our problems. It is imperialism today that is patriarchal and that is looking at accumulation and so forth. So we have done well as a country as well, Comrade Deputy President. Those who were in the meetings, don't know, last week of the teacher task force, they were so shocked to realize that South Africa has done so well in 30 years' time, that those people from other countries, their ministers and everyone else are still lamenting about the basic things, simple things that we have already done because of the African National Congress. By the way, the DA has declared a dispute. Do you know about it again? It's some time ago. They declared a dispute against the increase. So if they win, it means the government has got to claw back the 7.5% or the 8.7%, what you got last year. It must be clawed back. And when I was saying long live ANC, I saw one who was insulting me at the back. He says it's DA, Comrade Opa. So DA has a dispute against us as workers. So 12 months, Comrade Fasicha, you have earned your money, you have worked, you have been given an increase, and it's going to be reversed. Are you ready? Are you ready? Comrade Clay, ready to pay back? If it's reversed, it means even the 1st of April, you will not get any increase. Are you ready? You are not ready. Hate the DA then. Hate the DA with passion. Hate it when you walk, hate it when you talk, hate it when you eat, hate it when you do anything. Because they have dedicated a whole chapter in their manifesto about Sadtu. So they hate you with passion. They hate you when they bribe. They hate you when they drink coffee. They hate you when they swim. They hate you when they hike. So you can't return that hatred with another side to be clapped. Agree, Comrade Mabut? No. Return it with a fist. Hit the DA down and make sure they never survive. Tell your priest at the church, I have listened to you and I agree with everything that you say, but I'm not going to be obedient to be oppressed by the DA or any other person. Tell the pastor, Pastor, you are a very good orator when you are preaching, but please, man, choose other verses that are nice to all of us, not the verses that are oppressing us. Please. Because they're traumatizing us, Clark. Because they were done by human beings, and we can change. Because it's done by human beings, we can change those things and so forth. Comrade President, thank you so much. Just wanted to contextualize that within very stories. I can talk about many stories that my grandmother taught me. Many stories. Not my grandfather. Have you listened that I never spoke about grandfather here? I said my grandmother throughout. Because, by the way, my grandfather was staying in the bush there with the cattle. So when we grow up, who's taking care of us? Our mothers, our grandmothers. They tell us stories. So I only know the stories from grandmother. Please tell other grandfathers, if they want to tell me stories, I'm still available. They can tell me stories. Namandla. Long live Sadtu, long live. Vote ANC. Vote ANC for victory. Oh.
Amanda, thank you very much, GS, for contextualizing the conference. Hate DA message is clear. And GS, loving EFF, Mkonto Party, and all these others, I cannot mention all of them, is loving DA. So when you hate DA, you must hate the others as well. In changing the world and the oppression of women, triple oppression in the main, education, religion, patriarchy. Triple oppression of women. I said I'm not a moderator, so I'm not going to moderate what the GS was saying. It was clear. Comrades, I'm going to request that we break for tea for 15 minutes. It was supposed to be 30 minutes. I'm cutting it to 15. I've spoken to the chairperson of gender from COSATU. She will come and deliver the message of support after tea. But for now, I request comrades, discipline, high morale, 15 minutes, tea break. Thank you very much. We will be back at 12:15. 12:15, we are back singing. Inyamazane ehlala ehlathini. Amandla. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades. Thank you very much. Ngiyaxolisa nginimisa sengene espiritin. Apologies. I have pressures of time. We want to try and push such that at least by 2 o'clock we adjourn for lunch. I'm now going to call upon the chairperson of Gender Desk in COSATU. But before she comes, I must introduce the two guests from the Department of Labor, Deputy Director, as well as Masilo Lefiga. Am I right? Yes, I'll just request them to stand, but because they have a commitment, they will leave and then they will present online later on. But for now, they came just to respect you and the conference and indicate that they will leave. They will present as and when they are invited to do so, but the presentation will be online at that time. You are welcome, comrades. Thank you very much. I therefore wish to invite to the stage the gender chairperson of COSATU National, who is also the deputy president of DENOSA. You are welcome, President. These are teachers, education workers, members of SADTU. They are yours, my leader.
Matimba. Aina. Viva Kosatu, Kosatu, viva. Viva Kosatu, Kosatu, viva. Viva the ANC, viva. Viva the SSCP, viva. Amandla Sadtu, amandla. Amandla Sadtu, amandla. Thank you, Program Director, for this opportunity. Most important, we want to appreciate the opportunity to speak at this level of the Gender Conference of Sadtu. Let me greet the leadership, the NEC members of Sadtu, led by the President Mapila and the General Secretary Maluleke. Comrades, the protocol has already been laid by the VP. I will therefore observe all protocols. To start with my message of support, I want to acknowledge opportunities that we have received as women in COSATU. I was also elected at a certain point as a vice chair labor in the PSCPC. And that didn't stop. But we are also having a vice chair labor by the name of Casey Madume. I want to highlight these, comrades, because collective bargaining forums are said to be masculine, but we have seen some of us leading in those platforms. The late Casey Madume has left legacy for Sadtu gender structures. We are still crying that our issues of females, of gender, they are not put forward when it comes to collective bargaining. Hence, we can see it sometimes, we as by trade off us. So I mean, I'm fully maternity leave of 6 months, but I'm not. What are we doing? Tina asilweleni nje ukuthi sithole salary increment at 10%. Then it's ngama trade-offs. Hence, we want to say, long live the spirit of Casey Madume, long live. Long live the spirit of Casey Madume, long live. As COSATU, we raise our banner to all working class women, women workers in our country, in Africa, and across the world. As we commemorate the International Women's Day today, I want to say to all the women, Happy Women's Day. And I want to quote Mama Maya Angelou, because our struggles are still open. I open quote, she once said, I cannot be changed by what happens to me, but I refused to be reduced by it. We are refusing to be reduced by gender-based violence as women of this country. Hence, we took streets on 2018. 40,000 president women in South Africa went to streets, but it's a total shutdown. The biggest activity that we had in 2018. And the demand was basically one. We want the president of the country to come and address this matter. Sifuna ukumuva. He came and addressed us. He further moved on and had a summit, gender-based violence summit, the first and the second one, which resulted into a national strategic planning. The document is going to be highlighted. I had to OVP to do a shugutisi as a speaker, so NSP, so I'm not going to get into the NSP. That is a beautiful document, comrades. The speaker that is coming, it's one of the people that I know, they will unpack it very nice. It's a big document, but it's worth to read. As we greet Sadtu today, and on behalf of COSATU and women workers organized to fight for living wage, working condition, and for socialism, we gather in honor and respect for all women everywhere. I mean, women in wage employment, working in factories, working in hospitals, working in retail sector, working in childcare, in mines, and in schools. I'm standing here on behalf of women in the informal employment, trading on streets, picking through waste for recycling. I'm standing here on behalf of women working in their homes, performing unpaid reproductive work, unpaid domestic work, bababiza ngama housewife. Comrades, the VP has also touched on the origins of the International Women's Day and the International Women's movement, labor movement, socialist and communist movement. She mentioned the history from 1990 up to the history 1917, when the Russian women began a strike for bread and peace in response to the death of over 2 million Russian soldiers in the World War I. Labafazi, labo mama, labo sisi, lamantombazane have never stopped President who's organizer and say no. Our mama baka 1956, babekhuluma violence and harassment imposed to them by the apartheid system. Sinabo mama manje abakhala ukuthi emakhaya ethu siyahlukumezeka. We have never stopped to fight for women's rights in South Africa, hence that total shutdown. We are now appealing that, or we are appealing for the power of the working class women to mobilize for change on women's struggles worldwide and nationally. We know that some of our struggles are shadowed. Yes, today, we are talking patriarchy, religion, khuluma ngayo yonke lento ne-culture yethu. Indoda yinhloko wena uyintamo. Then you ask who's controlling who. Is it the head or the neck? Because I'm controlling the neck, the head if I'm a neck. So those are the issues that we need to tackle because they overshadow our struggles. There is a downplaying of women's struggles in history due to patriarchy and male domination. The current situation in South Africa, that is also affecting women, especially the black working class women, is that in COVID, during the COVID-19, the most affected workers were the black women. And we can't come back, comrades. I don't know what he plan lesingis. We can't come back since 2019. Some of us, we decided to keep quiet because we thought, if it's not me, then who? If it's not me who's going to nurse the person that was sick at my home, then who? But in a truth is that when we're moving out of COVID-19, the unpaid care work should have been recognized. We hope that those who are at the collective bargaining forums will pick up this fight and make sure that there is a recognition of the unpaid care work, because it becomes a limitation for some women. UGS this morning said a woman who has managed to have a master's degree, uyithola kunzima, momathathe. She must cook, she must do this, she must what, before she gets the chance to go and study. Sadtu Central Executive Committee has taken a decision, comrades, that we are going to support the African National Congress in 2024. Hence, you'll see me in this regalia. Sizawugqoka kanje kuzofika 29 May. Si clarify yonke confusion ngoba la ngiseTexini noma ngisesontweni noma ngikuphi ngigqoke kanje to clarify the confusion. Akusi mistake that I came with this regalia. Sizoba nje until 2029. 29 May, sorry, until 29 May 2024. We are not threatened by the ballot papers. Sizokuthiwa kuzoba kuna 3 pages, abanye bathi 4 pages, abanye bathi no, it's plus minus 5 pages. We are not threatened by that. We'll clarify the gains that we had since 1994 and since the inception of the ANC. We believe that we need to take radical steps for far-reaching economic change, socio-economic changes. We need to change the economic configuration of our society, the structural basis of women's oppression. We need to draw on the feminist traditions that point to the fact that the central to women's ongoing oppression is the intersection of sexism, racism, capitalist, and exploitation. Capitalist relations of productions depend on unpaid care work of women and the restriction of women to low-wage sectors of the economy. The women's movement globally in South Africa have pointed the ways in which women's bodies are exploited and the control of women's labor, unpaid labor, sexuality, and productive capacity as a core of the system of patriarchy. We are celebrating today, comrades, at I would say it's the eve, Sis Tutu. It's the eve of the big conference in New York, the UN, United Nations Commission of the Women's Status. Sisuke nayo lento ma comrades from eBeijing sayicula sisayiqhuba every year, every March in New York. We will be engaging as a country in the negotiations in New York, where we fight for emancipation of women and girls, where we are saying Sadtu must make sure that our girls are taking part in STEM. Hayi ngabaningi maqabane. Lento le Bible study bazoyifunda esontweni. Asike sikhipha ama-technicians and engineers angabantu besifazane. We will be representing our unions. Sadtu is going to be presented in that forum. It is a different platform because women are coming from different spheres of life, but for one goal, which is the emancipation of women and girls. I'm trying, comrades, to run my script because of time. Because Sadtu campaign on addressing the gender wage gap is linked to the demand of the equal pay for equal work and equal pay for equal value of work. That is not only the struggle for women, but we are inviting the male colleagues as well, because we still have the problem in terms of the racial salaries. When I started nursing, President, I was training at Rao University. Umuntu trainer at Rao University because it was linked to Eli Ratong Hospital. A student esasilapho sasithola sasibiza nge-wages ke thina kwangasi-stipend. Oyesebenza lapho efika athola imali encane student ese-coronation because e-coronation bokusebenza abantu abamhlophe. Angiyikhumbuli lento address because when they qualified, they were moving with the same salary. Umungamuga retire manje, ke retire naye, so retire at a different amount. So those are the issues that has still been hanging that we need to ratify and make sure that we get fair. I'm not going to touch as well on the issues, comrades Piwe, on the issues of the convention. I hope that when you get into your podium, I don't know your script, your presentation, will also touch on the C190, which is a very important convention. Just in Jenkichima nayo ma comrades lento ya C190. Sisitutwa ngiyazi lento C190 whether it's going to give us the product that we want. Ingathi ayikho. Every day sibona le harassment at schools. Sibona le violence at schools. Sibona le harassment in hospitals. Community yasiharasa. Yonke into abantu ama colleagues ayasiharasa. Maybe khona la kufanele sigcine khona. Maybe our policies, national policies, are not aligned to C190. Maybe we need to go back from the collective bargaining and review all the sexual harassment policies and make sure that they align to C190. And it's our job then, comrades, to make sure that we do that. We also want to commend Sadtu for hosting this conference. Moreover, that we have signed an agreement through ELEC, your agreement that you have signed, number 3, Resolution 3 of 2018, that protects learners from sexual predators. I want to quote the General Secretary of Sadtu, Comrade Maluleka. When he welcomed the agreement, he said, this agreement goes a long way to ensure a safe environment for learners, to expose teachers who sexually harass the learners. And he said, we hope that this agreement will ensure that cases of sexual misconduct will be speedily resolved, and it will streamline the processes and provide a one-stop process through arbitration. I close quote. Akukho esingacela kudlula lokho ke maqabane. That was a first step that Sadtu took to make sure ukuthi abantwana they are protected. The second step, your Bella bill. Your Bella bill must protect our kids. Align the age. And from the workshop where we said the issues of the ages, Iti Child Act, once umntwana na 12 years angahamba mosenze noma yini angayo aborta nokabhota. Nebhela bill iyayivumela. Bese sithi na cha umntwana makana 16 and below is statutory rape. So I think we need to engage on that and align the ages so that we speak in one voice and protect our kids. As I close, comrades, COSATU wish this conference well. In deliberations, we fully support the goals of inclusion. As your theme has said, inspire inclusion. And we want to congratulate you for your acknowledgement in terms of listing. When you speak of gender, Sadtu, asiliste shonjalo ILO. Sibabize sithi omama, obaba, abaphila with disability, LGBTQIA+. Sibabize kahle. Singathi hayi ilabayana nabalabayana. Bese sigcina nje ngokuthi ujeni. Ama forms ethu ama application ngoba ngivela ka public sector. Is it 83? Ayisho phela nayo ukuthi male, female or other. Ayingangiforce ukuthi ngizibize ngento engasiyona. When I get into the interviews, then people start discriminating. Akuthi njengoba bengishortlist abangazi ukuthi I'm other. Thank you. Amandla. Amandla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi.
Comrades, this is a conference celebrating International Working Women's Day. We are celebrating, comrades. It's not an elective conference. I request that we sing, comrades. When somebody starts a song, let's all stand up and sing, comrades, and enjoy the gains that we have gained so far in terms of gender struggles. And also appreciate the oppression that we see in our society brought about by capitalism through patriarchy to our society, on our mothers, sisters, spouses, and everybody else. So ngiyacela ke sihlalo bengitshela ukuthi nje asiyibambe so that mawiqala sonke siyibambe. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades. That was wonderful. Comrade Kanye, I believe the SACP is not here. They requested to speak at 2. I therefore going to call upon COSAS to come and deliver the message of support. We have Comrade Unkanyezi Tabete, who is the provincial convener in Gauteng of COSAS. Abantwana bethu laba.
Amandla awethu igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe each one amandla thank you very much, comrades. Sorry. What if every young person in our country knew the class struggle? What if they knew how to critically analyze the economic injustices they face daily without even noticing it? With that, I extend my revolutionary greetings to the President of the Progressive Teachers Union, Comrade Secretary General, along with their collective, provincial leadership, regional leadership, and all other dignitaries present today. My name is Nkanyezi Tabete. I am the provincial convener of COSAS in Gauteng. Present today, as per deployment from the National Conference Preparatory Task Team. Sorry, I'm very short, sorry. As per deployment from the National Conference Preparatory Task Team under the leadership of Comrade Unesongo Matikinga and the coordinator, Comrade Skalo Mahladisa, all protocols observed. In the past 5 years, COSAS has suffered a hard blow in its intellectual identity. This has grown further to reflect in the general membership of this gigantic scholar movement. In so doing, COSAS finds itself wanting and bantering around without a clear vision of where to from here. It is now that our organization is met with a sour reality that our predecessors have warned against. In a conference of COSAS in 1994, President Nelson Mandela outlined the importance and the role of COSAS that it has played during the struggle for our liberation. The great Oliver Tambo has bestowed upon us a name, the Young Lions. For any country, the young people are to be prioritized and educated. For a child becomes whatever a parent portrays as suitable character. The knowledgeability of a youth means a great trajectory into a bright future. In pursuit of the former glory days, we have initiated a battle of abusing all forms of debate to establish politically sound policies to allow members of COSAS platforms of challenging status quo in everything and everything. Because whether they believe it or not, failure in any sector of the economy affects students. An example that the national convener of COSAS, Comrade Unesonga, has made is that when we experience inflation, my uniform becomes more expensive. The money that I use to go to school, it becomes more expensive. The food that we are provided by in our schools, it becomes more expensive. And that the role of COSAS is to make sure that these learners know that they do not live in a nutshell, and that everything that's going on in their communities, in their economy, in their governance, directly or indirectly affects them. Yes. In pursuit of this is agitating for solution-driven conversation with relevant stakeholders. Upon attending this program, its theme immediately related to one of our programs that the Congress movement is currently addressing, inspiring inclusion. Sorry. Okay. Calling upon people of whom which are competent and equal to the task. An example that I would make is Comrade Winnie Madikizela Mandela. She is my inspiration, yes. And I stand here because of her bravery and her militancy of saying that, yes, I am a woman, but when we get into plenary, I'm not a woman, I'm a comrade. And I think that as sister organizations, we can then help each other to enhance policies, and such an initiative taken by the South African Democratic Teachers Union today is a testimony.
Amandla. It's a technicality, comrades. It's not sabotage. Okay. As I was saying, that Comrade Winnie Mandela is an example of what I think the outcomes of this conference should be. I think that this conference should be building on what all of these progressive women have been building throughout the years, and an appreciation of their struggle and identification of other women whom have contributed vastly into the current day South Africa. And because as Black people, we are a majority throughout the world, and our struggles have been influenced by, in other parts of the world, such as your America, your Black consciousness has been spread out throughout the world. And because Mam Tandega, I think she hijacked me, because I was going to quote Maya Angelou, and not necessarily quote her, but to make a title of her poem relevant to what I was to deliver today. She said, "And still I rise. Throughout any turbulence or any struggle that women in South Africa have faced, they have still rised. We are not to be subjected as people that we do need to be protected, but we have never failed to protect ourselves." And also, ngikhulele emzini ohloniphekile owangifundisa futhi ukuthi being submissive is not a weakness, and that African women throughout have been roped into a conversation of feminism, and feminism that does not really relate to situations of Africans. Because throughout all of these conversations that we have, we can never disregard our culture. We can never disregard who we are as a people. What we can do is to then give women an identity in this fast-paced world. To say, I am equal, we are equal. As I said that, and we are going to a national conference of COSAS very soon. And going to that conference, or in that plenary, I will not be entering as a girl, I will not be entering as a female, but I will be going there to form part of those commissions, to form part of change-driven conversations. And I would not have been able to do that if gender was still treated as hostile as it did. The change that we seek lies in the very organizations we associate ourselves with today, in the conversations we have as leaders. The restructuring of our country is embedded in commitments of today. In conclusion, I say, investment into education is a necessary step to success, no matter what type of education, but education is a necessary step into success. Forward to a decisive victory of the ANC, forward. Forward to gender equality, forward. Forward to a decolonized education system, forward. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi, malibongwe. Amandla awethu. Thank you very much, comrades.
Mutu ambona. Thank you very much, comrades. Indeed, leaders are produced by the struggling. And you can actually identify leaders the way they speak, the way they talk, and the way they are confident. Siyabonga, Mathabet, well done. Comrades, I think we're done now with the messages of support. We will take the SACP as and when they arrive. We are now moving to the ILO on violence and sexual harassment, C190 and R206. We have Comrade Simpiwe Mabele, who has been. Did I say something wrong? Oh, who has been with us here since 8:30. Thank you very much, comrade, for honoring us and respecting us. Let me then invite you to come to the podium for your 30 minutes.
Just a minute. Okay. Yes, I know I'll be connected. Yeah. Program Director, let me take this opportunity to greet you and thank you for allowing me to be part of this gathering. And I stand on all protocols. President of Sadtu, General Secretary, leadership of Sadtu, the delegates that are here, other guests that have been invited, I greet you all. Program Director, when VP Education was leading the credentials, I almost stood up when she was actually calling the provinces. And the reason being, Lombuto was very instrumental in molding my progression in terms of my career. I'll tell you why. My name is Simpiwe Mabele. I was born in the Eastern Cape. Ndaqeqeshwa nguLombuto when I was also an educator. Hence, VP Solomon, I almost stood up when you were asking Eastern Cape to stand up. I almost forgot that I am now a UN official. Program Director, I have a not so easy task to represent an international organization. I was requested to speak on one of the conventions, a convention in the ILO called C190. And this is a convention on violence and harassment. But I have to make a disclaimer before I continue. and this is on a very light note. You probably have noticed that I have big eyes. And earlier in my life, I realized that I have a condition called asymmetrical blinking. And what this means is my eyes, VP, don't blink at the same time. One eye blinks and then the other one follows a few seconds later, GS. So I make this disclaimer so that if you see and notice that there's one eye and I'm looking at your direction, please don't get offended and report me, especially the subject we are talking about. Just bear with me. The other eye will blink. President, I am heading a unit in the ILO that is called Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. And I am responsible for operations in 18 countries in East and Southern Africa. And I was saying to GS, just like you, I have 2 addresses. My house in Basonia and then OR Tambo. If you wait at the airport long enough, you will see me either coming or going somewhere. And GS agreed. Program Director, allow me to briefly outline what I will be saying in the next 15 or 20 minutes. I will talk about the ILO, particularly the distinction between the organization and the office. But I will immediately move to the contents of this convention that I was invited to talk about. But I will also talk about ratification and the application in South Africa in particular. And I also included in the presentation one of the latest guides in the ILO. It's LGBTIQ+ inclusion in the world of work. And then I will conclude. The question I asked when I received the communication, President, was, who will I be talking to? And what should I talk about? And the context in which I will be conveying the message. And I was told that I will be talking to members of Sadtu. And I then indicated that I will stick to talking about international labor standards because I come from a normative organization. And I will make sure that my contribution is kept within the world of work, particularly education. If you were to ask me, Program Director, Simpiwe, what does the ILO do? Just in one line, don't tell us a story. I will definitely tell you that the ILO is an international labor standard setting organization. And this we have been doing since 1919. I may not have been there, but I am here now. The ILO has 187 member states, including South Africa. But here's a part that I thought I should underscore, Program Director. Since 1919, the ILO has adopted 405 instruments. And this part is important because C190 is one of these instruments. But I want to encourage the conference not to look at C190 on its own. There are other relevant instruments, and that's what I want to talk about. Out of the 405 instruments, 191 of them are conventions. So that C190 is the convention, is the 190th convention of the ILO. Therefore, the latest is Convention 191, and it's on occupational health and safety. 6 of them are protocols, 208 are recommendations. So I will be talking, Program Director, about C190 and recommendation 206, because it is the 206th recommendation to be adopted. So South Africa has ratified 28 conventions of the ILO, but 25 of those are in force. Of course, the ILO is a specialized agency of the United Nations. We joined in 1946. And the ILO is the only tripartite organization of the United Nations that I have to mention. And tripartite in this context would mean equally government, workers, and employers are given an opportunity to contribute. And government is led by the Department of Employment and Labor. And this does not mean that other departments are not part of ILO. They are part of ILO. So I do want to emphasize that even the Department of Education, both higher education and basic education, they are part of the ILO. The employers are represented by Business Unity South Africa and Black Business Council. And the workers are represented by the 4 federations, Sadtu, Sadtu, NACTU, and FEDUSA. But unlike elsewhere, South Africa has a 4th constituent when it comes to NEDLAC, and it's called community. And these are regarded as social partners. But Program Director, I had earlier mentioning of the term decent work, and I thought I should include at least this diagram, because decent work is really an aspiration that was coined by the former Director General of the ILO, Juan Sumavia. And one said we should look at decent work through the 4 pillars: rights at work, and those rights mean rights of educators as well as they are at work, employment creation, social protection, and finally, social dialogue. So it is important for ELRC to be part of these conversations because they will be ensuring that they satisfy the pillar on decent work. Program Director, we have to locate the education sector within the world of work. And I am illustrating this through this diagram. And the reason why I'm locating education within the world of work, there has been a debate in terms of whether we should be referring to workplace or the world of work. And the ILO is opting to refer to the world of work because the world of work is more and broader than the workplace. If you look at the world of work, it is characterized by what we would call horizontal sectors. This includes the public sector. And remember, government is not only a policymaker, government is also an employer. So we definitely have to look at government in that regard. We have private sector, and then we have civil society. And if you look at the education sector, as much as it's part of the vertical sectors, it cuts across all the 3 sectors. Before I get into the contents of C190, the standards that I referred to earlier, what do they provide for? They provide for a variety of areas. You will see that violence and harassment in the workplace is there. You will also see that there's maternity protection. You will see that there is employment security, termination of employment. We talk of tripartite consultation. We talk of elimination of child labor. I could go on and on and on. And the reason I'm highlighting this particular slide, Program Director, is to highlight the intersectionality that we will have to look at. Whilst we are looking at violence and harassment in the world of work, we should not forget that it is also located within occupational health and safety. And in 2021, occupational health and safety became one of the fundamental principles and rights at work, meaning that it has been elevated. Therefore, we have to look at violence and harassment within that regard. If you look at the Global Gender Report, Gap Report, it actually highlights that violence and harassment is unacceptable. It is unacceptable at any time, whether it is time of prosperity or of crisis. You will recall that we were confronted with a pandemic, COVID-19, and this created a crisis. And we saw violence and harassment increasing during that time. Addressing violence and harassment in the world of work has been a priority for the ILO, And the work in this area has become even more relevant than before. But if you look at this report again, and I urge the commissions maybe to also look at some of the details, it actually is arranged in 4 areas. One, it talks about economic participation and opportunity. Globally, women's labor force participation and income levels continue to lag men's, and the gender gap in leadership positions remains substantial. President, I want to share an experience that I was confronted with recently. I supported a school. It so happened that it was a private school. They requested if they could be guided on diversity and inclusion. What I found in the school was they actually had a high school and a primary school. There was a principal for the high school and a principal for the high school, for the primary, and both men. The deputy principal of the high school was a woman. And there were issues of corruption from the high school side, and the principal had to exit. Then the deputy principal was promoted. Unfortunately, for some reason, the governing body of the school decided to create another position, which will be higher than the 2 principals. And this position was occupied by the principal from primary, who is a man. And therefore now the 2 principals, both the woman and the man, they report to this man who now is on top. I am highlighting this program director because there are issues related to what we call invisible ceiling. And invisible ceiling affects women more than men. Now, the woman who became the head of the school in high school found herself now having not to progress because now she has to report to somebody else. I'm referring to this economic participation and opportunity. Educational attainment, health and survival, political environment. These are the categories that the report is highlighting. It was in 2019 when the International Labour Conference adopted what we refer to as the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work. And this declaration was expressing a clear commitment to a world of work that is free from violence and harassment. So that same year, this document, referred to as Convention 190 on Eliminating Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, was adopted. It was adopted alongside another standard which is called Recommendation 206. The document sets out and provides a clear roadmap for preventing and addressing violence and harassment in the world of work. Let me take a few minutes to go through the details of the document. Convention 190 recognizes the right of everyone to a world of work that is free from violence and harassment. It actually defines harassment and violence as a range of unacceptable behaviors and practices. The question that we are often asked, do we define violence and harassment or harassment when it happens several times or it can be once? And C190 is very clear. It can be a single occurrence that could be defined as harassment. So C190 covers physical abuse, it covers verbal abuse, both bullying and mobbing. It also covers sexual harassment. It covers threats, it covers stalking, among other things. And along with its supplementing recommendation, it sets out a common framework for the action to prevent and address violence and harassment. Program Director, there are, amongst other reasons, South Africa ratified this convention in 2021. It was to ensure that violence and harassment is prevented beyond the physical workplace, because the convention protects against all forms of violence and harassment in the world of work. The other reason was to ensure that we cover violence and harassment in a comprehensive manner, because both instruments are grounded on the adoption on an inclusive, integrated, and gender-responsive approach. Program Director, I'm using the term gender-responsive deliberately, and it is used in the convention because we observed the use of the term gender-sensitive has limitations. Therefore, it is not replaced by gender-responsive approach. Gender-responsive approach means that we have to respond to the emerging issues that are related to gender. I will give an example when I talk about the guide on LGBTI inclusion. So the reasons for ratifying, they go on to include addressing cyberbullying, mitigating domestic violence in the world of work, preventing the rise of gender-based violence and harassment. They also include ensuring protection of those working in the informal economy. As you may have seen earlier, that the world of work is characterized by informal economy, by formal economy, by those who are working for themselves. The other reason is also to ensure equality and non-discrimination of those in situations of vulnerability, because C190 explicitly mentions workers and other persons belonging to one or more vulnerable groups or groups in situations of vulnerability. Program Director, I want to share, and this is not confidential information, but an experience that happened when this convention was being adopted. The comrades who are coming from the Department of Employment and Labor, I think one of them was there, the Director of Employment Equity, Mem Enzoakima Mashela. When it comes to this part of the convention, there was a proposal to list groups that are regarded as vulnerable or groups that are in situations of vulnerability. And it was slightly a longish list. But on that list, VP Solomon, there was LGBTIQ+ persons. And there were debates to say, we are not supporting this list. And it was clear at some point that it is because of the inclusion of this particular group. In so much that the other regions, they stood out, or they went out of the room, saying they will not adopt the convention. Ultimately, the conclusion was the convention should not list. Listing should be left with member states. So when you look at the convention, it does not have any list of who is regarded as vulnerable. I am mentioning this, Program Director, so that we can debate over the list in case some of us have limited information in terms of who are these groups that are more vulnerable. A question that I was asked, and I was together with the national chairperson for gender of COSATU, was, is it important to list? And I would like to share that whilst listing has its own disadvantages, but it has benefits as well. The disadvantage with listing, you may end up forgetting somebody, or you may end up excluding a particular group. So that's where the disadvantage is. But if you also don't list, you may not be giving particular emphasis on certain groups. I want to give an example. People with disabilities. That's a group that is sometimes forgotten. And if you are not listing, then it means that group will always be forgotten. The convention is a binding international treaty. It creates obligations for ratifying member states like South Africa. The recommendation provides guidance in implementing the convention, and that would be the distinction between the two documents, whilst the other one is a ratifiable instrument, which is C190. Recommendation 200 is not a ratifiable instrument. It can be applied. But if you look at Article 1, and this is the only article that I will quote in this meeting, and I will invite the conference to look at the other articles. Article 1 defines violence and harassment as a range of unacceptable behaviors, threats thereof, whether a single occurrence or repeated, aimed at, result in, or are likely to result in physical, psychological, or sexual or economic harm. And it includes gender-based violence and harassment. I am aware that there's a commission that will be looking at the gender policy. It will be important to look at the definition as well. The convention also indicates that violence and harassment directed at persons because of their sex or gender, or affecting persons of a particular sex or gender disproportionately. It goes on tackling its underlying causes and risk factors is very essential. As I am about to conclude, one of the questions would be who is protected by C190? The convention applies to all sectors, including education, whether in the private or public sector, whether in the formal or informal economy. The convention protects workers and other persons in the world of work. Those employees that are defined by national law and practice, persons working irrespective of their contractual status. I think we will have to look at this as well. Workers whose employment has been terminated, volunteers, job seekers, and job applicants. Individuals that are exercising authority, duties, or responsibilities of an employer. So it will be important for the gender policy to be very detailed when in this regard. Where is violence and harassment happening? It's happening in the world of work, it's happening in the workplace, public and private spaces. And the policy will have to be intentional and very direct in this regard. It also happens in places where the worker is paid, where the worker is taking a rest, sometimes when the worker is taking a meal. Through work-related communications, violence and harassment happens in employer-provided accommodation, and finally, when people are commuting from work. The principles that the convention is highlighting, they rank from respecting, promoting, and realizing the right of everyone, adoption of an inclusive, integrated, and gender-responsive approach, as I mentioned earlier. They also respect, promote, and realize the fundamental principles and rights at work and promote decent work. And finally, ensure the right to equality and non-discrimination, including for women workers, as well as for vulnerable groups. I indicated, Program Director, that I will talk briefly about this guide, which is titled LGBTIQ+ Inclusion in the World of Work. This document was launched in May 2022 by the ILO, and it provides a level of orientation for initiating and supporting efforts to foster inclusive working environments for lesbians, gays, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer, and others. I do want to reflect that South Africa, especially in the media space, there have been reports coming from the education sector where allegedly the educators seem to be perpetrating discrimination against this group. And the guide is providing assistance in ensuring that there is no discrimination against LGBTIQ+. Program Director, there are many terms that are used to refer to LGBTIQ+. You will recall that we started referring to LGBTI as LGBT. Then an I was added, a Q was added. And people started complaining to say, but now we are going to finish all the letters of the alphabet. And then there was a plus that was added to say, we will continue. But I want to share that the guide is cognizant of the evolution. Another terminology was introduced called SOGI, which is sexual orientation and gender identity. But that has also evolved to SOGISEC, sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression and sex characteristics. So all these are in the document. I want to conclude by saying, following the ratification by South Africa published through a government gazette a code of practice on eliminating and preventing harassment in the workplace, which was adopted in March of 2022 by the Minister of Employment and Labor. And I have no doubt that the colleagues will be talking about this code. So the ILO continues to provide tools and guidance and technical assistance to governments, to employers and workers in terms of inclusive workplaces. I became worried, program director, when the gender chairperson of COSATU quoted Maya Angelou, and our leader also indicated that she wants to quote Maya Angelou. And I thought, there goes my quote. But none of them actually used the quote that I want to end with today. I would like to end my contribution by quoting Maya Angelou when she said, I open quotes, "Never make someone a priority when all you are to them is an option." I close quote. They will choose another option if you remain an option. Thank you very much.
Comrades, thank you very much, Comrade Simpiwe. Comrades, we want to adjourn at 2 for lunch. I will therefore be able to take 3 questions. If there are any questions that you want to raise from the presentation of Comrade Simpiwe, which I think was very clear and well presented. Do we have questions? 3, 2, 1. Closed. Angvalelanga muntu. No, there are no questions. Our comrades are happy. Comrades, in my watch, it's 13:45. We'll then adjourn for lunch and come back at 15. Sorry, it's 13:45. We'll come back at 14:45. May I request comrades to keep time coming back so that we start on time. Otherwise, we'll finish very, very late. I don't want to keep you here up until it is very, very late. When we come back, I think we'll take the Minister of Education. She's here already. Conference remains adjourned. May I request the GS to come this side? GS, may I request you to come this side?
Oliver Tambo Bapela. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo Bapela Ban. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo Bapela Ban. Amandla. 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 Thank you, comrades. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. And we're not going to take much of your time. Our minister is here. We want to just present our Minister of Basic Education, Umama Mtseha. Just briefly, you have been working with the minister since 2009, if I'm not wrong. So she does not need any introduction, to be honest, because she's a founder member of our organization, having participated in the pre-1988 processes as part of the National Crisis Committee, Education Crisis Committee, and then later as the National Education Coordinating Committee, and having been trained as a teacher, having to work at the university, developing our nation and building our nation as a teacher, so we would not take much of the time. She has been an MEC for education, no? Yes, in Gauteng, but also MEC social development. So our minister has been serving our country, serving our people. We always know that she supports our programs and promote our programs as we meet. So today, as the International Women's Day, as we celebrate and commemorate the heroic struggles that women have been waging across the globe, we also present one of us who is also in Bogota to address us as we commemorate. So I'm not going to take much of your time, Minister. Long introduction sometimes is because I'm not prepared. So when I'm prepared, I'm not long. So we welcome Minister, over to you. Ningacula says.
Amandla, Malibongwe. Yeah, so I call Minister Banbano comrade, into is a sekaya namhlanje. Ngiyabezwa bathi ngikhulume nge-response ka-government. I'm really home. So, Program Director, Ntumelle ke lebise tlhompho ho the President of Sadtu, Tate Mapila. Also give my respect to the Deputy President, Comrade Mabuto Qele, to the General Secretary, Comrade Maluleke, to the Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Nkosana Dolopi, to the National Treasurer, Comrade Lindiwe Mutswani, the Vice President of Education, Comrade Fasiha Solomon, the Vice President of Sports, Arts and Culture, Unolita Mboniswa, comrades, compatriots, and distinguished guests. Program Director, it is indeed for me a big honor and privilege to have been invited here to address you on what I think is a very important day in the calendar of our struggles as women. So, and I'm very grateful that our union also does commemorate this day because it is a very important international day. We'll be sending even a delegation this weekend to go and represent us internationally. So it is for me a great honor and a privilege that we have invited me, and as I say, it's a privilege that I don't take for granted. I'd like to also extend my appreciation to the leadership of Sadtu for initiating a crucial gender policy dialogue to foster a positive learning and teaching atmosphere within our sector. Because gender struggles are not easy, because patriarchy is in our DNA, and it takes a lot to be able to reflect and understand when it starts rearing its head. Because sometimes even the most progressive ones slip, because it's a very difficult struggle for us as women, or it's a very difficult struggle, because as I say, we are socialized into these gender stereotypes. So for me, your invitation to take part in this significant discourse is greatly valued, Chair. As I've said before, indeed Sadtu is a revolutionary union that prides itself in a progressive agenda and fight for the rights of all, including women. And this includes the masses of our people, the working class, the unemployed, the unskilled, and the less respected sometimes, and the undermined grouping. So indeed, Chair, we gather here at a very critical conjuncture in our country as we prepare for the crucial provincial and national elections this year, which is precisely 81 days away from now. And since the democratic breakthrough, our country has had the privilege of voting for a democratic government 6 times in an environment of relative calm. Local and international observers have always repeatedly declared our provincial and national elections as free and fair. So to secure a bright future for the generations to come and honor our forebears who sacrificed life and limb for our freedom, I call upon all of us, and also Sadtu members in particular, that every teacher, every student should please make sure that they exercise their democratic right to cast a ballot. SG, we are also converging here at a momentous year when we, as a country, despite all the many challenges that we have, we are celebrating 30 years of freedom, of peace and prosperity. So as we celebrate, we must remain mindful of the Congress movement's historic mission to create a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa, and have to commit ourselves that we will not rest until everybody is liberated, and indeed our girls and women are allowed to occupy their rightful place in society. So, Chair, as we gather here today on an international day, it is not a coincidence. It is exactly what Sadtu should be doing as a revolutionary, progressive organization to lead also on difficult subjects like patriarchy and gender equality. We always remind ourselves, especially on these days, of our long-serving president, O.R. Tambo, who said, and I quote, "The struggle to conquer oppression in our country is weakened by the traditionalists, the conservative, and the primitive restraints imposed on women by a male-dominated structure within our movement." he added, I quote, "Because of equally traditional attitudes of surrender and submission on the part of women." So, Chair, as we delve into the 2024 International Women's Day theme, you can sense Tambo's vision, in short, saying that we must inspire and include. And put differently, it means that we must not succumb to patriarchy. In 2024, there's no space for male-dominated structures, no tolerance for traditionalist attitudes, and no tolerance for conservative ideologies that seek to subjugate women and girls, as O.R. Tambo said many years ago. And we must all become combatants for inclusion of all of us. So the organizers explained this year's theme that we forge a better world by inspiring others to understand and value women's inclusion. And when women themselves are inspired to be included, there's a sense of belonging, of relevance, and empowerment. So collectively, let's forge a more inclusive world for women. In essence, there's an acknowledgement that women in 2024 have not yet secured their place in the main table. And the challenges we face and our girl children face, even though they form the majority of people, cast their votes, manage households, but indeed they continue to be at the bottom end of any benefits. And we continue, the majority of them, even to perform what is called unpaid labor. It is a sad indictment of a society with the world's most progressive constitution, which does condemn discrimination, discourage exclusion, and promote equality. So, Comrade Chair, Sadtu Gender Policy Conference presents us with an opportunity to do introspection as leaders and as men and custodians of patriarchy. Because it is indeed a time for us to critically examine our own biases and behaviors so that we don't perpetuate patriarchy. Because we are the culprits who limit the girl child's imagination and not allowing it to stretch beyond the moon. We must teach boys that good men don't oppress women. But you must also allow them to cry, because we always say boys don't cry, which means boys should not have emotions. And when they do things which are emotionless, we get surprised. In other words, we shouldn't think that when boys show emotions, they are sissies. They are human beings, and we have to encourage them and get them to inculcate the spirit of caring, but also of being emotional and having emotions. So as holders of power, we often unwittingly communicate to our children that being a woman is something to be ashamed of, with remarks like, "So mdala manje, so fanti, awukakathathwa yini." So nabantu abadala bahlala kabuhlungu nje bongathathwa ngathi ikhona into engahambi kahle. Bafune nokusiza mhlawumbe ukuthi babone ukuthi bangakhulumela nobani. So, and those are the problems that also make even our girl children feel that to be a woman, you have to be somebody's child, you have to be bearing children. So this week, the international news media celebrate the first Arab woman astronaut. Like her ancestors, Emirati astronaut Nora El-Maroshi has always been captivated by stars dreaming of lunas. But in 2024, how in Mandela's name we can allow to remain hewers of wood and water, that in 2024 we are celebrating the first woman astronaut in the whole of the Arab world. Back home, also we have this first women to do the following, which does show that indeed there's still a long way to go. So there are, and I must not condemn all men, because there are very responsible men, and that's why I think even today, we are not only left here as women, but we have our male compatriots joining us in the struggle against patriarchy. So I'm not suggesting, as I say, that we should condemn all men as oppressors, but we should also condemn the fact that women are still at the bottom of the ladder. But Chair, it is heartening to note that currently in our sector, 71% of educators are women. We must also celebrate the fact that women represent 56% of school management teams. And unfortunately, 41% of women hold principalship and 66% of women are departmental heads. And as a person who's been from the sector, I think it's a long way. There has been great progress that for us today we can celebrate. Yes, we bemoan that we're 71%, but only 41% of us are principals. But I really have to say, comparing to where I was more than 30 years back, principalship except the primary and I think we've done a long way. So whilst our journey towards the full inclusion of women, especially in the principal's role, demands further progress, and we have to continue to have significant strides ready to move forward, even in addition to what we have made since the breakthrough of democracy. So our continuous efforts towards achieving equality and equity in educational domain remain imperative. And regrettably, Chair, gender-based violence, alongside the violence in its entirety, poses a substantial challenge to the efficacy of our education processes. Such violence is increasingly manifesting itself in our schools, which is mirroring the prevalence of violence in our communities. It is observed not only on school grounds, but also en route and from schools within the students' homes and their wider communities. And the repercussions of social violence are inseparable from the school environment, as schools are always reflective of the community they serve. And this correlation explains why teachers too have fallen victims to severe violent acts by some peoples, a situation we unequivocally condemn. So ensuring teachers' safety is critical as providing students with secure learning environments, allowing educators to fulfill their roles without the threat of assault or disrespect. The emergence of bullying, including cyberbullying, as a prevalent form of violence further jeopardizes the safety and the well-being of our teachers and our learners. And acknowledging the heightened vulnerability of girls to gender-based violence, to rape, abuse, and the risk of early pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections, it is clear that preventive measures have to be intensified and as a sector have to do more. Because since the advent of democracy, considerable emphasis has been placed on the safety and educational advancement of the girl child, leading to gender parity in educational access and achievements. Girls have consistently outperformed boys across several educational metrics and are more likely to complete various scholastic stages. Since 2008, female students have secured more bachelor-level qualifications in grade 12 than their male counterparts. And this trend has been expanding and underscores the need to focus on the boy-child educational and protective needs against violence. But what is important, President, is that when there's a conscious and direct effort, something, we do see results. But if there's no conscious and deliberate effort to do anything, nothing happens. Because all these advancements just did not happen on their own. It's because there was a deliberate focus on the girl child. So to eradicate violence from our schools and society, we must embrace a comprehensive approach that includes safeguarding the well-being and education of the boy child alongside our efforts for the girl child. Because women know, President, Baba no mona la, Baba no mona, Baba ingoes. So that's why sometimes with the how boys, kube noxolo because mase ese feel like tuyahlulwa kakhulu vele nje avukele into ongayazi. So as we really advance the cause of the girl child, we must make sure that the boy child is not left behind because he can indeed be problematic if he's left behind. So, Comrade Chair, we have a very robust policy and legislative framework to guide us towards the promised land of women inclusion and eradicating gender-based violence. So programmatically, we have introduced several initiatives to combat gender-based violence in schools, offering a comprehensive and multifaceted approach. And these initiatives, grounded in human rights principles, have been integrated into the curriculum through subjects such as life skills and life orientation across all grade levels. So among the key initiatives that we have as a sector is a protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools that was established to provide schools, districts, and provinces with clear procedures for addressing sexual abuse and harassment. It includes responses to incidents involving learners and school staff, guidance on identifying, intervening, reporting, and supporting victims and addressing perpetrators effectively. So the Prevent Violence in School program addresses various forms of violence, including corporal punishment, bullying, and gender-based violence encountered by learners. Again, the Speak Out Against Abuse Advocacy program it educates learners about their rights and actions to take if they face sexual harassment or assaults. Because I did say that patriarchy is such a hideous but a very difficult concept to address, because some of the difficulties happen in very private spaces and in quiet spaces. And that's why we have to empower the girl child to know when is the time, or when does abuse happen, and how does it manifest itself, and that they have to speak out against any abuse. Again, the Child and Youth Agency Planning Framework also aims to empower young people to become active, engaged citizens who contribute to sustainable development. It encourages the increased representation and participation of student councils in addressing social justice issues in schools and communities. I was in the holding room with the president of COSAS, and she was raising all the things that she says are wrong happening in the system and takes up the management. And that's what we want also, so that our children can speak up. Because if they speak up, we also get guided about missteps that we have, but also it's good for them to really feel that they have an agency which they can use, and we don't feel threatened by it, but we'll work on it. Chair, the Girls and Boys Education Movement does enable learners to use their social influence among peers to effect positive changes within their communities and themselves. And the gender-responsive pedagogy for early childhood education program focuses on early interventions to prevent the perpetuation of negative biasness, social injustice, harmful gender norms, and unequal paths to success in adulthood. So the Bill of Responsibility program, based on the Bill of Rights, teaches learners that rights come with corresponding responsibilities. So all these initiatives, Chair, underscores our commitment to creating safer, more inclusive educational environments by addressing and preventing gender-based violence and promoting human rights and equality. So, Comrade Chair, as government, we wholeheartedly endorse the comprehensive objectives of the South African Democratic Teachers Union Gender Policy Conference. Because these goals, which devise strategies that address and ultimately eradicate gender-based violence and sexual harassment, in addition to reducing teenage pregnancy. So this effort, President, in collaboration with our numerous partners, which include SAIS, ELRC, and NALEDI, are highly welcome and will indeed help us to move faster and more consistently in ensuring that we eradicate gender-based violence, but in particular, that we can tackle patriarchy and all its negative vicissitudes. So according to the organizers, I was told, Chair, that this workshop here, or this policy conference here, seeks to comprehensively review existing policies, including Sadtu gender policy, to identify shortcomings and develop mitigating strategies for implementing the International Labour Organization's Convention 190, C190. And indeed ourselves as a sector, but also as gender activists, will gain a lot from these developments to inform also our work in the different areas we operate in. So interestingly, we also know that we aim to make a significant contribution to the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, ensuring a unified and comprehensive approach across various sectors of government, and I must add, also of society. And I'm really looking forward to the resolutions that will come from this conference. I have a privilege of chairing the Gender Committee in another NGO where I serve, and resolutions that will come from such platforms even and strengthen us and empower us further in the work that we do in other areas. So indeed, Chair, I'm heartened by Sadtu's desire to adopt and share strategies from Education International designed to promote inclusion and improve gender equality within the Union. So I'm immensely proud of Sadtu and extend my heartfelt wishes to you all as you embark on your endeavor to construct a nation that prioritizes the safety and inclusion of women. And I think for me, change will come when, as teachers, as educationists, initiate and really are at the center thereof. So it can initiate all of us as communities, but to also educate us as educators also of society. So Chair, I want to thank your dedication to this noble cause. I think it's commendable, and I am confident that your efforts will lead to positive and lasting changes for all of us, as I say, in the sector and outside the sector. And I really wish Sadtu to live long enough to realize a vision of seamless inclusion of women in all spheres of life. Long live Sadtu, long live. Long live. Long live the Tripartite Alliance, long live. Long live. Long live the ANC, long live. Long live. Long live COSATU, long live. Long live. Long live SACP, long live. Long live. Long live Sanko, long live. Long live. Mandla. Yalewa Program Director.
Tando, abizindle zodwa.
Thank you, comrades. Comrades, would like to extend gratitude to the minister. We've got a token of appreciation from all of us in this meeting. Comrade Minister, would like to profoundly thank you. We know that you took time out of your hectic schedule to be with us here. Highly appreciated, Comrade Minister. Thanks a lot.
bezindle zodaka kusekhaya la kusekhaya la noma ngabe zindle zodaka kusekhaya kusekhaya la noma ngabe zindle zodaka noma ngabe zindle zodaka noma ngabe zindle zodaka kusekhaya la kusekhaya la noma ngabe zindle zodaka kusekhaya la noma ngabe zindle zodaka amandla. Thank you very much indeed. The ANC remains our home no matter what the challenges are. Kusekhaya. Akuthi ke makunenkinga ekhaya bese ubaleka uphume ngesango. Maka waphuma ngesango siyabona ukuthi wazalwa lo la ekhaya. Wafika noma wakhe. Amandla. Thank you very much. Siyabonga, Minister, thank you very much for the message of support. I'm now going to invite Ntswaki from the Department of Labor, and she's going to make her presentation online. Comrade Ntswaki, can you hear me? I see this is her presentation. Comrade Ntswaki? Maybe just still accent, yes. Comrades, the minister is also attending the meeting of HRDC, if I'm not mistaken, Human Resource Development Council. Am I right? She will request to be requested to be released. So Manimbone Puma, please understand that she had to come and honor our invitation, and she must go back to that particular meeting. She's really apologizing, comrades. They understand, Minister, and they appreciate it. Yeah. Tule, get some.
I can see the mic. Yes. Can you start the presentation?
Amandla, ningakhathazeki soqabla. Is she ready, Ntswaki?
Good afternoon, Program
Kanye, is she
Director. There
ready?
was still.
Thank you. Ntswaki?
Are you able to hear me, Program Director?
In its processes and outcomes.
Okay, you may go ahead, Ntswaki.
You can hear me now, sir.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and I must apologize first that I had to rush to office due to other commitments at 2 o'clock, but thank you for accommodating me online. Let me first thank our Minister of Basic Education in absentia, Mayor Angie Motshekga, for speech and also
about violence in the school setting.
But can you hear me now? Can I continue, sir?
Standard measurement to assess the prevalence of school-related violence, which is information that is necessary to make the systemic changes required.
Somebody is talking in your background, Ntswaki. I'm not sure what is happening.
I'm closing the door, sir.
Sexual violence. It will help us identify and measure the risk factors and drivers of SRDBs.
Are you in a meeting, Ntswaki?
No, I'm in the office alone, sir.
But there seem to be
Can you hear
somebody-
me now?
Yes.
It's not me. Maybe somebody's mic is on. It's
Okay.
not me.
Okay, thank you very
Yes.
much. You can go ahead now.
Thank you, Program Director. And I acknowledge the presence of the President of Sadtu and the Deputy President, all the leadership of Sadtu, distinguished guests, all comrades present, and the ILO representative, Mr. Mabele. Chair, I was requested to give feedback on where we are in terms of implementing Convention 190 in South Africa. So if my presentation can be flighted so that we can continue on the presentation. In this presentation, I'll cover a little bit of background of where we started and where we are in terms of the progress that we have made as the government to implement Convention 190. And I'll also touch on the legal framework dealing with harassment, all forms of harassment in the workplace, and share a little bit of the harassment code with the audience today. If I can give a little bit of background, Program Director, is that we started long with the engagements with all social partners at NETLAC. And in January 2021, the government actually admitted that the issues of violence and harassment are not only unique in the workplace, but they actually impact negatively on the whole society. And therefore, there was an agreement in Parliament as well in 2021 that we should ratify the Convention 190, which deals with violence and harassment in the world of work. And we had successfully ratified this Convention C-190 on the 29th of November 2021. And since then, to make sure that we raise awareness on the contents of Convention 190 and what the government, together with the social partners, were doing to make sure that we implement Convention 190. There were engagements at NETLAC starting from 2021, and in 2022, in January, the NETLAC social partners, inclusive of our organized labor through COSATU, NATU, and FEDUSA, we finalized a harassment code that deals with the prevention and elimination of all forms of harassment in the workplace. And this was published on the 18th of March in 2022. And to make sure that we educate and raise awareness on the contents of the harassment code, we have done joint campaigns with the Commission for Employment Equity, the department, and the CCMA during our August and September 2022. But we didn't leave out the trade union movement. In May 2022, we had targeted workshop with all registered trade unions from the different federations. And I hope that Sadtu also was part of that engagement, where we are taking all trade unions through the contents of the Convention 190 and the new harassment code. And I must add program director, that this code is available in all 11 official languages. And we've made the pamphlet of this code available on our website. And we can also send the different copies of the pamphlet to Oskani after this meeting, just to make sure that it's distributed widely to members of Sadtu. And we have seen results already, Chairperson, if I can share, that this code has already been utilized by the Labor Court, and remedies have been offered to people that were harassed in terms of sexual harassment and racial harassment in our police services. And they've each been given merits of 50,000 and 300,000 respectively. So this is a good feedback to everyone that actually the Convention C-190 and the harassment code that was developed by South Africa is actually utilized by the labor courts, and it's working. And just to continue to give an update is that in March, we have started looking at the reporting forms to ensure that on an annual basis, employers must give progress report on how they have implemented the harassment code through the development of the various workplace policies and practices. And as such, program director, it's good that this gender policy conference is being held to look at the review and amendments of various policies to guide how we deal with the scourge of violence and harassment, not only for the kids in schools, as mentioned by the minister, but also to protect the educators themselves from violence and harassment that is being experienced on a daily basis in the education sector. And we believe that as you take stock of your own policies, gender policies, you'll incorporate the contents of the harassment code. And just to add that, we have also involved the CCMA to develop training materials on the harassment code, and they are offering training to all employers and employees and trade unions that may require training on the harassment code to ensure that you are able to take this matter further. And just to, lastly, on the update is that there was a regional symposium that was jointly conducted with the presidential task team on the 4th of April, 2023, to make sure that we lobby across the African continent, other countries to ratify the Convention C-190. And my colleague from ILO was also part of that regional Africa symposium. And this was at the request of the organized labor, especially COSATU, to ensure that we encourage other countries that have not ratified the Convention 190 to ratify the convention. So we have done a lot, and we continue on an annual basis to engage with different organizations to ensure that this has been implemented across our country. And just a little bit on the legal framework is that this code that I'm going to present actually unpacks the provisions of Convention 190. And we believe that the Employment Equity Act is only one legislation that gives effect to the provisions of Convention 190. There are other several legislation in the country. For example, PEPUDA, which is the Prevention and Elimination of Unfair Discrimination Act of 2000. It covers people that are not part of the workplace, but are in some form of working arrangements, the atypical workers that have no clear indication of employer-employee relationship, they are covered by the PEPUDA. Therefore, PEPUDA comes in to provide protection where the Employment Equity Act is lagging in terms of giving the necessary protection. And it also gives effect to the Convention 190. And in terms of violence, I know most colleagues of mine, comrades from COSATU, were not happy that the code is limited to harassment and it leaves out the violence.
The violence is already covered under the Labor Relations Act as a serious misconduct and as an unfair labor practice. Hence, it's not part of this, and it's again covered under the Occupational Health and Safety Act as a workplace risk and occupational hazard. Hence, we didn't want to duplicate and overstep the jurisdiction of the different labor laws that are in place and other legislation that cover the society as a whole. And you'll see in the next page that the section 6.1 of the EA is very explicit that no one can be discriminated based on any of those grounds that are prohibited, such as race, sex, marital status, family responsibility. But what is more important, I want to highlight the sexual orientation. I know the ILO earlier on highlighted that they wanted a list of all vulnerable groups, and unfortunately they couldn't get it in the convention, but each member state are allowed by the convention to see how they customize the provisions of C-190 in their own national laws. And we believe that this section of the law protects the LGBTIQ plus community and other vulnerable groups such as people with disabilities, because disability is one of the prohibited grounds under this act, under the Employment Equity Act in section 6.1. So we believe that we have actually adhered and we are aligned with the provisions of Convention C-190. And we have a specific provision that explains clearly that any form of harassment, irrespective of whether it's on an arbitrary ground, an arbitrary ground is something that is not listed in the Constitution or also under Section 6.1, but it's got the potential of impairing human dignity. And people are protected with the addition of an arbitrary ground under Section 6.1. If you allow me, Chair, to just quickly, briefly touch on what is contained in this harassment code. First, I want to explain the objectives of the harassment code. We have realized that we had a sexual harassment code that was published in August 2005, and it was limited to sexual harassment. Therefore, we needed to revise and repeal that code to ensure that we cover all other forms of harassment, to ensure that the workplace is free of any form of harassment. And therefore, the objective of this code is to eliminate harassment of employees in the workplace while working and also engaged in work-related activities. I'm giving an example of this event, which is so important for Sadtu, the conference. If anyone is attending this conference, which is actually work-related, because you are busy reviewing the policies that guide the educators in the education sector, and they are being harassed while attending this conference, this code will actually protect them. The second objective is that we want to make sure that employers and employees, including the trade unions, can take steps and assist in the prevention of elimination of harassment. And we also encourage that going back to our workplaces, we should develop policies and practices that eliminate and prevent all forms of harassment. And I'm not going to touch much the scope of application of the code. Is fully aligned to what Simpiwe has presented, which is in the Convention 190. I just want to highlight that in terms of the Employment Equity Act, we are not only covering employees, but we cover also job applicants. Job applicants, those that are going out seeking for jobs, the volunteers also that are there to show that they can do their job. They are there as volunteers, but they need to be protected because they are there to gain experience and also access opportunities for employment. And people have been asking, why are you covering volunteers? We believe that there is an employer and employee relationship between the volunteers and the employer that they are offering their services to. So it's important that even the assistant teachers that are being deployed in the various schools are protected against harassment and gender-based harassment. And this code will then cover them. On situations where this code applies, this is fully aligned to the provisions of the C-190 as presented by Simpiwe earlier on. I'm just going to highlight that in relation to transport, it should be transport provided and under the control of the employee, so that the employer can be held legally liable if anyone utilizing the transport provided by the employer are being harassed, and they can claim against the employer for failing to protect them. If you are traveling as teachers, the employer, the Department of Basic Education has provided you with transport, then they are responsible to make sure that you are protected against any forms of harassment. Just to touch a little bit again, Chair, if you allow me, that harassment is an unwanted conduct which impairs dignity. And it's important that we all understand anything that is unwanted, unacceptable, and impairs on the dignity of a person is regarded as a harassment. Even if I'm not articulating that I don't like your conduct, the test is that you should have known that whatever you are doing might impact on the dignity of the other person. And the harassment creates a hostile and intimidating work environment. We all know in our different workplaces, especially in the education sector, we read every day that educators are being harassed and actually intimidated by the learners themselves. The employer should create a conducive environment to make sure that you are protected. You can actually claim a harassment against the employer if you feel that the work environment is intimidating. On the other slide, I just want to highlight the different types of harassment that are covered besides sexual harassment. In this code, the physical harassment, physical attacks, and threatening violence, they are all covered. Verbal, inclusive of shaming and hostile teasing and insults, including using the LGBTIQ+, A+, phobic language, those people can take up claims for being harassed. Psychological harassment is also covered. Workplace bullying. We know we bully each other in different ways. We should be careful now that there will be a lot of cases coming for workplace bullying, where people are given, for example, tasks at the last minute and the deadlines are unrealistic. Those will be regarded as harassment, and the employer will have to prove that it was not harassment. Mobbing, we know people club together and they mob individuals that are not socializing with them. That is harassment. Online harassment, cyberbullying, let's stop WhatsApping each other things that may impair on the dignity of the receivers. Those pornographic WhatsApps must stop. Anything that is communicated technologically that is maybe harassing or impairing the dignity of another person that receives whatever you circulate on the WhatsApp groups, through the internet, on the Instagram, that is harassment, and we call it cyberbullying. Sexual harassment is still covered in this code, and we know that there are different types of sexual harassment. It can be in verbal forms, and it can also be in non-verbal forms. The indecent exposures, the sexually explicit pictures that we like putting on WhatsApp, those are also part of sexual harassment. I'm just highlighting also that we made it easy in this code that the tests that can be utilized to check if indeed there was sexual harassment, they are included in this code to assist our shop stewards to take up cases on behalf of employees that are harassed on a daily basis. In addition to that, what is new is that we have realized that there's a lot of racial harassment, which is not explicit in the previous code. It was not covered in the sexual harassment code, but it is covered now in this code. And we also provide a test that you can utilize before you take up a harassment claim with your employer. And I've also referred you to the Labor Court judgment of a claim and a remedy of 300,000, where one of the captains in the SAPS was racially harassed by junior constables, and the employer failed to protect the captain against racial insults that were always given to her by the subordinates. So be careful, colleagues, what you do and what you say. If it impairs on my dignity, then I can actually claim harassment. The test is that it should be demeaning and impairing on my dignity and humiliating. And the employer will have to prove that they have taken all the steps to protect me against all this kind of harassment. What is important as you review your gender policies, you must insist that there should be a workplace harassment policy, which is very clear in terms of the procedures that must be followed by the complainant. And this policy must be communicated effectively to all employees. And Section 60 of the Employment Equity Act is already putting legal obligations on employers, irrespective of whether you are government or in the private sector, that you should ensure that you investigate all the allegations of harassment and take the necessary steps to address the complaint and eliminate harassment. So these are very important as you will be embarking on your policy dialogue and discussions. And in the workplace harassment policy, the code is clear that sanctions that will be levied against the perpetrators must be clearly articulated in the harassment workplace policy that you have. And the sanctions can actually range from warnings, this is written warnings or verbal warnings, and can also lead to dismissals, depending on the nature and extent of the harassment or the seriousness of the harassment. And again, we should not forget, this is important, while the employer is investigating the allegations of harassment in the workplace, nothing stops the complainant or the victim to also approach the police and lay a criminal charge against the perpetrator, or institute civil proceedings against the alleged perpetrator and claim damages in the High Court or go up to the Constitutional Court. So nothing stops the victim to pursue parallel processes with regards to harassment. And this is articulated in the code. The other issue that is important, Program Director, is confidentiality when dealing with allegations of harassment. We need to make sure as employers or shop stewards, if I come to you in confidence and allege that someone has harassed me, whether sexually or otherwise, you should actually treat it as confidential as possible, because at times people are malicious. They want to actually deal with some people and they will allege sexual harassment. I'm just giving an example. And these allegations have serious implications on the personal health of the perpetrators and their families, their colleagues, and it can lead to serious psychological harm and economic harm, where the reputation of people can also be damaged. Therefore, the investigations must be kept confidential and close to the parties that are concerned in relation to the harassment incident until it can be proven that the perpetrator is guilty of any form of harassment. And the code gives guidelines on how to do that. And what is good as well is that additional sick leave should be granted in the next line. If a victim has been affected so severely that they have exhausted their paid sick leave, the employer is required to look at additional paid leave, while the victims of harassment are still seeking medical help. And you'll see that we are also added there that at times the medical benefits may be exhausted because the person is experiencing trauma and they have exhausted the medical benefits. The employers should try and assist as much as possible to cover the medical costs. Lastly, Chair, which is important that we are gathered here in this forum, is that employers have an obligation now to make sure that issues of harassment are included in their training programs and induction programs or their orientation programs, so that the policies on harassment are clearly articulated to employees. The same obligation, legal obligation is with the trade unions. And it's good, this is a good example. I must applaud Sadtu for taking steps to make sure that we present this code to this forum. That in all your engagements with your employees, in all your orientation and training programs or educational programs, with your shop stewards and employees who are members of your trade unions, issues of harassment are included in your training materials, and they are accessible in a format and in languages that people can understand, so that we are able to deal with the scourge of harassment and just gender-based harassment. And lastly, again, the CCMA and the different bargaining councils are required, and the labor courts, to have special training for the judges and the commissioners to be able to handle and deal with all types of harassment cases that come before them. Because we all know, Program Director, that issues of harassment are very sensitive and they require specialized knowledge and skill so that you don't further perpetuate the harm and the impairment of human dignity when dealing with these cases. And on that note, Chair, I've highlighted all the critical areas of this code that you can take into account in your deliberations as you review and amend your gender policies. And thank you so much for affording me this opportunity, Chair, to share with your forum this important code, which is a policy tool that is available. And from our side, we are available to come and engage you further should the need arise. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Nzwaki. Are you able to take some questions, if any? Nzwaki?
Yes, Program Director, I'm still with you.
Thank you very much. May I check with the conference? Are there any questions, comments, questions of clarity, interventions? 3, 2. There's one question there. Okay, we'll only take that one question. Yes, you may go ahead, my leader. Nzwaki, can you hear?
I can't hear clearly, Chair. If the person can speak up a little bit, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. She can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be clarified because I heard the presenter made mention of the harassment code. And I have learned that there's a code of good practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. Now, I'm not so sure as to whether that would refer to one and the same thing. Furthermore, I have learned that the code, the latter that I spoke to, speaks of the workplace, and the recommendation speaks of the world of work. Now, I am a bit confused, perhaps with this use of words. I just want to be briefly clarified. Thanks, President.
Thank you. Did you get that, Nzwaki?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Program Director, and thank you, ma'am, for the question. Chair, when I say harassment code, it's an abbreviation of the Code of Good Practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. So it's one and the same. I was just abbreviating it, calling it a harassment code. So we are on the same page, comrade. It's the same and one thing. In relation to the workplace vis-a-vis the world of work, I must say that in 2020, when we published the first draft for public comment, we had actually said this is a code of good practice on the prevention and elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. But the backlash that we have actually received from the legal fraternity, the CCMA, and also from the legal, the chief state law advisors, is that we have overstepped and went beyond the jurisdiction of the Employment Equity Act. Because Section 6.3 of the Employment Equity Act speaks about all forms of harassment in the workplace. And we cannot also include issues of violence here because they are already covered elsewhere under the Labor Relations as Unfair Labor Practice. They are covered under the Protection Against Harassment Act. They are covered in the PEPUDA that I've mentioned earlier on, which covers the world of work. It goes beyond the workplace. It covers the world of work or a society as a whole. And society as a whole, the occupational health and safety also dealt with issues of violence. And based on those engagements and coming from the public written comments that were received, having actually sourced legal opinion as well from the legal drafters, including our own chief state law advisors, we had to actually limit our scope to the workplace to enable the CCMA commissioners, the labor court judges, to actually assume jurisdiction in the workplace. And this does not exclude workplaces in the informal economy. We all know that people that sell on the streets, there is an employer and employee relationship there at times. They are not actually working for themselves. Others are hawkers on the street selling on behalf of their employers, and they have a target to meet. Therefore, although it's called informal workplace, because they are not in an office or the commonly known definition of workplace, the minute there is a worker and an employer and employee relationship, irrespective of whether you are a part-time, a temporary worker, or a volunteer, as long as you meet the requirements of the presumption in the labor relations, the presumption of an employee under Section 200 in the LRA, you are regarded of being in a workplace, because we all understand a workplace is not just a physical building. You working from home as well. Remote workers, people that work online, they are covered by this code. We had to actually move out of the terminology of the world of work, based on the fact that there are other legislations also dealing with largely with the world of work and society as a whole, and to make sure that allegations of unfair discrimination for different types of harassment are dealt with by the CCMA and the Labor Court. We had to change the terminology in the final code to refer to the workplace. But there are coverages or protection that is afforded to anyone that may not squarely fit into the definition of an employee and workplace. They can seek remedies under the Protection of Harassment Act. They can go under PEPUDA, and again, if it's not clearly defined, they can claim unfair labor practice under the LRA and also under OHS, which is Occupational Health and Safety. Any form of violence and harassment is an occupational risk and an occupational hazard that an employer is obligated to remove to ensure that there is a conducive environment for everyone. I hope this clarifies it, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it clarifies it. The conference is noting. Thank you very much, Comrade Ntswaki, for your time and your presentation and the good work that is happening at the level of the Department of Labor. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Can I be excused? Thank you so much.
Yes, you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Siyabulela. I'm supposed to be inviting abantwana besikole, the musical poetry. I'm not sure whether they are ready, Comrade Khanyi. Uyangicheckela Nthabiseni? Thank you. Dati mandashe, tila mapunu. Dati mandashe, tila mapunu. Ganke gabasebenzi, ganke gamabujwa, ganke gabasebenzi, ganke gamabujwa. Dati mandashe, tibela mapujwa. Dati mandashe, tibela mapujwa. Ganke gabasebenzi, ganke gamabujwa. Ganke gabasebenzi, ganke gamabujwa. Dati mandashe, tibela mapujwa. Dati mandashe, ganke gabasebenzi, ganke gamabujwa. Dati mandashe, tibela mapujwa. Send it right. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades. As soon as you are ready, angazama kuzothiwa choir master, team manager, toba, conductor. Oh, as soon as you are ready, the stage is yours. Eta.
Good day. Am I audible enough? All right. I come from a company called Africa Tikuni, where we work with young people. Our model is cradle to career, whereby we actually have our ECDs. From ECD, we take young people to an after-school program, which is called the Ignite program, where we teach them skills and how to integrate themselves within the community. And then after that, there's another program which is called Step Up. So Step Up is more of a youth program for young people who did not find school, who are still looking. So we keep them busy by offering them skills of being able to work in a workspace, or knowing what to choose, which career path to choose, giving them options on whether to go to an entrepreneurial route or choose a more academic route, yes. So this is the Ignite Youth Choir. These young people come from school right now, so we apologize for the late coming, different schools, different times. Within the Ignite program, we have sub-programs such as the Empowerment program, which is the strongest one that is coming out, because within that we have 3 divisions. We have young urban men, young urban women, and the AV buddies. So young urban men, high scholars, male high scholars form young urban men, female high scholars, young urban women, and all the primary scholars form AVP. AVP stands for anti-violence buddies, where within the program we teach them on how to fight bullying, or how to address bullying, and what to do when you are in a situation. Because we know that there's a lot of bullying that's happening, especially in townships. So we just want to empower our young people to know where they come from, to know where they're going, and to know who they are. Thank you very much. So now we'll begin. Thank you. Ayla.
Father who art in heaven, Nalediena, Naledia miso, siwe, oh, Father who art in heaven, Nalediena.
Our world where there is gender-based violence, our universe where there is no peace, our country where there are boys and girls who have been violated. Yebo singabantu, singama-Afrika, masiyekeleni ukuhlukumeza abantu. Yithi abantu, ababantu. We are people of changing gender-based violence. We can stop gender-based violence. Change now. It's there. It's not that late. The door is always opened. Knock and just change. The new nation is there. Ma-Afrika Zimbokoto. Nina Ma-Afrika. We can stop gender-based violence together.
Senzeni na, senzeni na. Ndithi mandibuka kulomhlaba, ndibona ubumnyama bodwa vo. Andazi noba ndikhalaze, izingane ziyadlengulwa. Oh, senzeni na, ndibuza kunina nisihlukumezayo. Ya.
Thank you very much. That was the end of our performance. But I'd like to call on stage the poetry master, my partner in crime. This lady right here is the one who cultivates our young people. She specializes with drama and all types of arts, but she focuses mostly on drama and poetry. So these are her products. Please give her a round of applause.
Sanbonan, ikama nonkululeko ngakhoza. Amen. I was not expecting this, but thank you very much for inviting us. This is the young people from Orange Farm, by the way. Yes. And these two beautiful young poets, they write their own poets. So they make my life easy. I just get there and be like, Phakamisa, yehlisa, but otherwise they do their own thing, and that's what we are here for, to support them and give them the opportunity to express themselves. So thank you very much for giving us an ear.
Thank you very much. Nothing else to say. Thank you.
Siyabonga, another big round of applause. Yebo? Oh. You want to come here, Comrade Gender? Oh.
Okay, greetings, all protocol observed. Okwami kuncane is just to thank you as young people, as you are talented as you are, and we are really, really proud of you. Continue to do the good work and make sure wherever you are, you make sure that there is no gender-based violence and you are not part of it. Thank you so much.
Oh, now my donations.
Donations, thank you.
So kanjani? Qala iculo.
Angizothi shabeni labo ngakathola thatha.
Qala iculo sizodlula la. Liphi ibhakede? Ibhakede nomfweni.
One shot for this one time. Shoot for one man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Invite us more. I promise next time. Yes, come back.
They need the mic. When they start, it's fine.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nombulelo Mkuyugela, and thank you for having us here. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you for welcoming us with warm hands. Thank you for your cheering and screaming. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much, Siyabong. As we invite the SACP, continue singing.
iyo lesandleni iyo lifreedom iyo lesandleni the people shall
share, the people shall come. Iyo lifreedom, iyo lesandleni, the people shall share, the people shall come. Iyo lifreedom, iyo lesandleni, the people iyo lesandleni, the people shall share, the people shall govern. Iyo lifreedom, siso saba iyo lesandleni, the people shall share, the people shall govern. Iyo lifreedom, siso saba iyo lesandleni, the people shall share, the people shall govern. Iyo lifreedom, siso saba iyo lesandleni, the people shall share, the people shall govern. Iyo lifreedom, siso saba iyo lesandleni, the people shall share, the people shall govern. Iyo lifreedom, siso saba iyo lesandleni, siso. The people shall share, the people shall govern.
Amandla. Amandla. Good afternoon to the leadership of Sadtu. Following those youth it's really a tough act. Yes, I'll repeat. Good afternoon to the leadership of Sadtu and all comrades and friends. Permit me firstly to apologize profusely that our General Secretary, Comrade Suldi Mapaila, was unable to be here today. And I also express my sincere apologies for not having been here this morning. Please do receive, however, warm revolutionary greetings from the Central Committee of the South African Communist Party on this International Working Women's Day. We are thankful for the honor of permitting us as the South African Communist Party with an opportunity to present a message of support to this very important gender policy conference. It was indeed a privilege to sit in here, even though I came late, and listen to the minister and the input on the harassment policy, and most especially it was a privilege to listen to the Ignite choir. We deeply regret that we are not able to stay for the duration of the conference, as it coincides with our Women Commissars Political School. Today, On International Working Women's Day, we send special greetings to women who are struggling and who are fighting not only to earn a living, but also for political participation, equal rights, equity, and for recognition of our work, our accomplishments, and our knowledge as we move towards the construction of a fairer world for women and men. Today, we affirm our admiration for those women who are struggling within the workplace or in their day-to-day lives, and the women who are fighting for political and economic and social emancipation. We express our appreciation for women who are not afraid to struggle in very different ways in a wide variety of cultural and geographical settings for land, food sovereignty, water, as well as for education and health services. In a spirit of solidarity, we acknowledge and value ourselves as women who are making dreams come true and constructing new societies together with the working classes of the world. International Working Women's Day is the global day dedicated to celebrating women and our achievements, and a time to reflect on what we need to do to help make this world a fairer and more equal place. Its roots are inspired, among others, and primarily by the labor movement, when 15,000 female garment workers went on strike in New York City to protest against poor working conditions. Those are well known. Likewise, the decision taken at the International Women's Conference that preceded the general meeting of the Second Socialist International in Copenhagen, Denmark in 1910, and the proposal for an annual International Workers' Women's Day is well recorded. Of significance is that women, during the February Russian Revolution, used International Women's Day to demonstrate, protest, and strike for bread and peace. And subsequently, the following year, which was also the last year of World War I, socialist women in several European countries protested around the 8th of March for bread and peace. And they held rallies and organized strikes. The struggle for gender equality has been long and challenging. The significant global rise in the celebration of this day, along with the many gender-focused campaigns and initiatives worldwide, means gender is now firmly on the agenda. We have now reached levels where the focus is on intersectionality and the important role of diversity and inclusion in forging an equal world. The world expects diversity, equity, and inclusion. Hence, the International Working Women's Day theme for 2024 is Inspire Inclusion. However, in this year, 2024, we are living in a world that's incredibly turbulent and complex, a world where the call for bread and peace is as relevant today as it was after World War I. Countries are being ravaged by conflicts. Thousands are dying. Hundreds of thousands are being injured, and millions are displaced. Conflict is the #1 cause of hunger in the world, tearing families, communities, infrastructure, food systems, and entire regions apart. Therefore, the special significance of this commemorative day this year, its particular meaning for labor, progressives, and communists, and for working people generally, is to be found in the widespread condemnation among numerous sections of the world of the horrific genocide being driven by Israel in Gaza. The people of Palestine have been subjected to aggression by apartheid Israel since the manifestation of settler colonialism. The violence inflicted upon them in the aftermath of 7 October 23, however, is unprecedented. The death toll in Gaza has now exceeded 30,000, with more than 70,000 people who are injured. Most of these people are women and children. These figures exclude those who are still under the rubble and those in the West Bank. The regular bombardment is accompanied by unimaginable personal violence, including rape and torture by the Israeli Defense Force. Most of the population in Gaza, that is over 2 million people, are displaced. Food, clean water, and medicine are in acute shortage. Stripped of the basic conditions required for dignity, facilities for privacy, washing, and performing ablutions are absent. And just as health facilities have been bombed, so too have educational facilities been destroyed. As you are aware, schooling is no longer taking place. Apartheid Israel, armed and equipped by the USA and backed by other Western imperialist countries, is simply ignoring the pleas of international institutions and worldwide protests for a ceasefire, and is unabatedly continuing to slaughter civilians. Their arrogance and impunity affirm that we are being subjected to a global onslaught by imperialist capitalism. Capitalism reduces people to a source for profits. It besmirches us, lowers our standards of living, seeks to cripple us and to grind us down. Imperialism is intrinsically tied to conservative and fascist patriarchy, which is constantly seeking to increase the exploitation of our land, our territories, our natural resources, as well as to increase the exploitation of women's work, our lives, and our bodies. Every day, our rights are violated by the actions of transnational corporations that generate familial and social conflicts and provide fuel for wars. We are violated and demeaned by the trafficking of women and by sexual harassment and sexual exploitation. We face the constant challenge of confronting domestic violence and assault, be it physically, psychologically, morally, or sexually. Here, hence, on this International Working Women's Day, we pay tribute to the women who gave their lives in the struggle for the rights of women in different areas, who suffered torture, sexual and moral violations, and who were disappeared, imprisoned, beheaded, or massacred for defending life, dignity, Mother Earth, and the rights of women. We will follow their examples, their traces, and the legacies that they have left for us in different spaces to work as well as spaces of work as well as their day-to-day lives. Comrades, South Africa is not exempt from imperialist capitalist aggression. Capitalism and imperialism have firmly captured our economic and fiscal policy space, manipulating public resources and network industries to its benefit, and imposing neoliberal policies and its austerity measures. Its greed, however, transcends the need to control our resources. It also wishes to dictate our foreign policy. They simply resent, this is now imperialist countries as represented by the USA in particular. They deeply resent our bold challenging of apartheid Israel, our non-aligned stance and firm commitment to creating a multipolar world order, and our aggressive actions to transform multilateral organs. Consequently, they are directing all their resources towards ensuring that we, as a liberation movement, get less than 50% on 29 May, and that they replace us with a political party or coalition of political parties that will be more compliant with the imperialist agenda. Our material conditions place before us, women and men of producing classes, a choice to either side with the blood-dripping imperialist or to resolutely fight for their destruction. However, the fight against capitalism and imperialism cannot be divorced from the history of class and anti-colonial struggles in South Africa. Our democratic state has had many achievements, yet it has not been flawless. These flaws have frustrated and disappointed particularly workers and the poor. However, in this current juncture, conditions dictate united action in defense of the national democratic revolution. 30 years on, South Africa is different and a much better place than it was under apartheid. We now have non-racial free and fair elections. We now have freedom of speech, movement, and association. Women now enjoy many more rights than we did before. The gains of our democracy cannot be lost. The liberation of workers can only be the work of the working class itself. But this liberation can never be accomplished if it is torn by gender-defined roles. As women, men, and all those who are non-binary stand united in the crushing life of misery, so we must unite in the burning hatred of capitalism and be more confident and daring to fight for our revolution, to fight to protect our revolution. The success of our anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist efforts require desperately that we retain control of domestic electoral power. Capital cannot emerge victorious on the 29th of May. Therefore, for now, it is imperative that we do everything in our power to secure an overwhelming victory for the liberation movement in the forthcoming general election. It is imperative that we encourage each and every one, each relative, each neighbor, each worker, each student to vote ANC. In conclusion, comrades, congratulations on this very well-attended and gender-balanced gender policy workshop. We are certain that its impact will be very significant. Amandla.
Amandla. Thank you very much, Sibonge, from the Communist Party, Forum Khabul. We really want to appreciate the party for always being with us and also giving us that ideological direction. Siyabulela kakhulu, Comrade Reneva. Thank you very much. Sadtu is growing, comrades. Sadtu is maturing. We have 2 books that are being sold outside about the history of Sadtu, our policy direction of our organization, so that we are able to understand who Sadtu is. You are therefore encouraged, comrades, as you move outside, there is a table selling these books. You you are then encouraged to procure these books so that you will then read at your leisure time to be able to understand who Sadtu is. Are very, very good books, comrades. Believe you me, they are a very, very good read to understand Sadtu wethu. Comrades, without much ado, I want to move to the LRC to come and present. Then thereafter, SAYS will not be taking place today. They will then present tomorrow. After the LRC, then we'll receive the response from the union. Then we'll see if there is a question and answer after the responses from the union. The floor is yours. I think we connect on Janap. I think it is virtual. Yeah.
Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva. Amanda. Awetu. Thank you very much, Program Director, for affording me this opportunity to honorable guests, the leadership of Sadtu, members, invited guests, and all organizations present. I pass my sincere greetings to you all. I'm here on behalf of the General Secretary of the Education Labor Relations Council, Dr. Porter, who could not be here. So she said, I must come and share with you the information that we have at our disposal as the ELRC in respect of the issues of gender-based violence. We are always humbled to be part of you, more so that we know that you are progressive in terms of policies that you develop. You know of the collective agreement 3 of 2018 that you have agreed upon, or that you have signed, that you have completed, which addresses the issues that we speak of here today. That foresight, we appreciate. So I am going to share with you how we manage the situation as the ELRC in terms of gender-based violence. In other words, the context here is that of the educator and learner relationship, or I would say sexual misconduct alleged to have been perpetrated by the educator. That is the context from the Education Labor Relations Council's view, because we are a bargaining council. We don't have the other data that talks to learner violence and stuff like that. But we are going to talk to you about what we see as information or the data that we have in respect of sexual misconduct against educators. And you can see on the table, I just started with that picture to portray what is happening. That from 1 April 2023 to date, as we conclude the financial year, we had about 52 awards which were issued, and 40 of those awards, we see that they are in favor of the Department of Education. In other words, the allegations of sexual misconduct are confirmed. Educators are found guilty to have had sexual relationship, to have assaulted learners sexually or otherwise. So that is where we are. And that picture is not good at all. When we send our kids to school, we put them in the hands of parents. You act in locus parentis. We expect you to respect such. But you see the picture. We have got 79 cases already that have been reported for the financial year. And then each year we are receiving cases, and the number is sharply going up, which is a bit of a concern. And we are saying it's both girls and boys. It's not only girls, it's not only boys, both of them. In other words, the female perpetrators and the male educator perpetrators. So it's a big problem that we need to take to the educators out there. And some of them, by the way, who are convicted here, they are just come straight from the college. They just come straight from the university. They are dismissed just after they came and graduated. They graduated. Their career is doomed. When you look at the implications of a person who is found guilty for sexual misconduct, that career is doomed. Some of them have suffered. Some of them have struggled to go and get that degree or diploma. But what happens is that they are not even going to be able to assist the parents or their other siblings to go to school. Mostly you find that for economic reasons, educators will pay the children, give them some money so that they try to silence them, so that they don't report. Some will claim consensual relationship. What consensual relationship? An educator and a learner, consensual. There's nothing like that. So, but that's what they claim. And we have got instances where people will say they have already paid lobola, and we have got problems there when it comes to testifying. Because now he's been bribed, they go and negotiate with the parents agree, but later they renege even from that. The poor child, the trauma and everything lasts forever in life. So we know of Employment of Educators Act, Section 17, Section 18, but mainly Section 17. Section 17 is saying that you must be dismissed should you be found guilty of any misconduct under that list. You must be. There's no choice. There's no, you can't, as a presiding officer, you can't say, but this one I will give him final written warning or a sanction of suspension without pay. No. The law says if you find him guilty, dismiss this person. And it's sexual related misconduct, those that we have displayed there. Then when we look at the collective agreement, the history thereof, this agreement says all allegations of sexual misconduct against an educator, all those cases, they must be dealt with by the Education Labor Relations Council. There was a reason behind that. We've taken the disciplinary hearing from the Department of Education in respect of these matters only. We have had situations where parents will refuse to expose their children to secondary trauma. In other words, an offender will still continue doing it. Because why? Where there's no evidence, the commissioner cannot find otherwise. If the child cannot come and testify, we can't take hearsay evidence. So that person is going to continue molesting the children. And we know again that one person was, for example, dismissed from Limpopo, but you go to Northern Cape and go and work there. Because they don't block them on PESAL, for example. And we also have situations of inconsistencies where you find that a presiding officer will issue a 3-month suspension, the other one dismissal. But now at the ELRC, should you be found guilty of this kind of misconduct, we follow the law to the latter. The commissioners follow the law to the latter, and you are dismissed. There were delays in issuing outcomes of appeals. We know our executing authority, when there is an appeal, it can take 3, 4, 5, and even 10 years sometimes. In this regard, there's no appeal, because if you are not happy with the award, you must take it on review at the labor court. So again, the issue of secondary trauma, as we said, we knew that before there would be discipline at school, in the Department of Education. There would be SACE investigative process that would also take the child through a process. It's still continuing today. But there will also be an ELRC arbitration process. 3 processes. Not forgetting that a matter, the same matter, may also be subject to the court of law. In other words, the child may again appear in court. So that child will testify in all these platforms. What happens to the mind of the child? Then the child will then not come to the ELRC dispute resolution process, which is arbitration, because she's tired now. Then the perpetrator is going to continue to be in the system and molest our children. So this collective agreement, we say, is a one-stop shop process, in the sense that we have taken this disciplinary hearing from the department. And as the ELRC, we appoint suitably qualified and experienced arbitrators to deal with the cases. We don't just take a person because he's a lawyer to be the presiding officer. You take a criminal lawyer, you bring him here, and then he's going to apply criminal procedures and everything. While we are in arbitration processes, it becomes a problem. So we train the commissioners so that they are able to assess the evidence of the child properly. The judgment, we use intermediaries who are the people who assist during the process, so that when you cross-examine the child as a union, using the harsh language, or as a lawyer, using the harsh language, the intermediary is able to convert that language into a child-friendly language. It's not changing the meaning of the message, but it's converting it, which is accepted in law. But also, the intermediary is used for both the department as well as the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator, if he has got child witnesses. The award is final and binding. It's an award that is final and binding. And we are saying, but we must ensure that fairness prevails in all instances. In other words, it's not a foregone conclusion that when there is an allegation of sexual misconduct, that the educator is going to be found guilty. That's why you see the statistics that I have shown. There are cases where you find that the educator is not guilty. So in terms of the process, the department will investigate. They must investigate. It is still the case of the Department of Education. They investigate. Once there is a prima facie evidence that indeed it looks like the educator has committed this misconduct, then they complete the form, the educator signs the charge sheet, and then they send it to us. We appoint the commissioner. We ensure that at least within 60 days, that case sits, and then the process unfolds. And we try to, by all means, to set these matters in specialized venues. Don't sit like around the table when cases of this nature are being dealt with, and then the child starts testifying before the alleged perpetrator, right on the same table. No, there are special venues that we use, and also the courts assist in this regard. But again, in the process, the consequences is that in the process, the educator, there is a process where now you must find whether he is suitable or not suitable to work with children. It must be determined in this process to work with children. Is he fit? So, if the educator is found guilty and is declared unfit not to work with children, it becomes a problem. Because it means that his name must be put in the Child Protection Register in the Department of Social Development. It means that he must not work with children. Even I often go to an extent of saying it means he must not even open a spaza shop, because children will be going and buying there, and he's barred from working with children. So he must not do that. So, of course, a decision by the commissioners and award can be reviewed by a court. In other words, it can be set aside by the court. And if it is so set aside by the court, then it means that the name of that person must be removed or must be reversed and removed from that register. But also, we are saying this collective agreement is saying that we must disclose these names of these people. In other words, when the person seeks employment, he must disclose. Now there is a duty or obligations on the employers to vet educators. I think you are quite aware of that. So there is an obligation on the employer to vet educators, but the educator also has a duty to disclose if he has been found guilty of sexual misconduct. And if you fail and it is found, you will be summarily terminated. As I said, in terms of the implication for the sector, the outcome is the arbitration award is final and binding. There's no appeal like in the department where you have to send it to the appeal authority and you still continue working. Here, you must go to the labor court. But also, we send this award to SAIS so that they can also do their process. And as I said, we submit it to the Director General of Social Development. One thing that the department is not doing is that of reporting the matters to SAPS, because they must also open a case once they receive this. A case, a criminal case, so that the law can take its course. But now, what about if you have got knowledge about this situation, that there is a sexual offense that is committed against a child, and then you keep quiet? Because the law says you must immediately report to the police. So if you fail to report, you are guilty of an offense, and you are liable for a conviction of a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years. I think it's a predicament, particularly for you as unions, because one of your other functions is to represent members. So if he comes and tells you that indeed it happened, are you obliged to go and report him to the police, because they say any person who's aware must report this person to the police. That's a question mark. But otherwise, what are we doing as the ELRC in terms of intervention strategies? Like in this forum, we come and share this information with you. Continuously so, we do advocacy campaigns. We train dispute resolution practitioners, we train unions. In our annual performance plan, we continuously train unions so that they are aware of this, so that they can go and inform or even tell their members to refrain from doing this. Even this morning, there was National Consultative Forum where we have presented about this. The SGB were there, the representatives were there. We are, in other words, roping the community, and we are also taking it to the children so that they know their rights. Particularly in this 24-25 financial year, we want this matter to be in the open. It's high time that we have to stop as educators from committing sexual misconduct against the children. And I think you are also aware that the minister has gazetted some reforms in terms of prevention of re-employment of former educators, particularly those who have committed sexual misconduct. They shall not be re-employed. And there is a schedule here that gives you the list to say if it's sexual offense, you must know that you can never work until you are removed from the register. Remember, Department of Social Development, we talk about Child Protection Register, but there's also National Register for Sex Offenders. If you are found guilty in the criminal case, they are going to put you in this register. So you will not be able to work. Also, moving right along, I think I'm moving with my slide. I'm on 16. That one is still a post. If you have committed acts of sexual assault, sexual relationship with a learner, sexual harassment, you must know that it's indefinite. You are not going to come back to the teaching profession. Also, if the court finds you or convicts you on murder, attempted murder, rape, indecent assault, is also indefinite. You must know that you are not going to be able to come back. And as I said, again, the Department of Education has got that obligation to vet educators, to ensure that these educators who are found guilty don't come back to the system, because there's an issue of vicarious liability, whereby if, say, for instance, that educator comes back to the system and he commits the same misconduct, the department can be sued because they've been ignorant not to vet this educator. And also, in terms of the Criminal Procedures Act, the criminal law, they must ensure that they vet those educators. It's an obligation. The amendments are very strict. So we must go and preach this gospel to ensure that our fellow educators do not do it. It's no longer in the old days. We know of our former educators who, of course, have married fellow students who we were with in class. But these things have changed. People must stop, and then they must begin to behave in a manner that does not bring the education department or even the teaching profession into disrepute. So before you can be appointed to work with children, you must, of course, meet the prescribed minimum requirements in terms of PEM, but also you must be vetted against the National Protection Register, And also, you must have a clearance certificate that says you are not in the National Register of Sex Offenders. So should you not be able to produce those going forward, it means that you will not be able to be re-employed. And also, as I said, the educator is also obliged to ensure that he is re-registered with SACE if he was once dismissed or so. And he must also show that he is not in the Child Protection Register and he is also not in the Sexual Offenders Register. So in short, that is what I wanted to share with you, which is an issue that I think this conference came at the right time. As you review the policy, I think some of the things should be strengthened so that we can prevent the scourge that we are seeing, so that we can manage this situation, it does not go out of hand. And we just want to applaud Sadtu for the decisive stance that is taking in this conference for that matter, so that we can see that as the most important education stakeholder, we curb gender-based violence and sexual harassment in schools. And of course, the eradication of this GBV requires collective intervention. It's not a one-man thing. It cannot be that through this collective agreement, we are going to win the gender-based violence. We are trying to minimize. But as collective, if you go and share in your meetings all the time, hammer on this issue so that people know and give them the statistics, give them the information so that they refrain from doing the same. And as we say, as I conclude, in the famous words of Nelson Mandela, I quote, "The true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children, and so shall it be." Thank you.
Thank you very much from the LRC. Comrades, I can take 2 questions, if any. There is one question there, right at the back. Mike, I2. Qala lapho kunobhala. No preamble, straight to the question, my leaders.
Thank you very much,
As a brief.
Deputy President. I would want to understand what does the council do on the dispute prevention part. Can you be able to hear me, sir?
I am, yes,
I know
am.
the council is seized with both dispute prevention and resolution. Are you doing as much in relation to prevention? That's 1. 2, is it a question of a lack of commissioners that you have delays? Because one of the reasons why you end up having witnesses that are withdrawn is that sometimes there are delays in the cases themselves. Is it a question of a depletion in the human resource in the council? But lastly, do you have a dispensation of protecting witnesses now on the question of being threatened when they can't be bribed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Wilson, please, give it to Juba. Then that leader will be the last one there. Austin.
No, thank you very much. My question is very simple. I just wanted to check on the issue of if the process is finished. He said you must go straight to labor court. Now I'm checking, where does reviewal come in?
Reviewal come in. If the matter is finished at arbitration, you said it must go straight to labor court. Reviewal. Delpa, Mrs. Sandler, Konezokbon. Behind you, I, Austin, I'm taking 3. Are you gonna die, my leader? Sure.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is just to a rider from the first question. What is the time frame for investigation? I'm asking this because sometimes you find that the perpetrator is still within the premises of the school, and more reports are coming of a sexual offense happening continuously.
Time frame for investigation. You can come.
Thank you for the questions. In terms of prevention, we said we are continuously training dispute resolution practitioners. Those are people who are in the different provinces, so that they can continuously make sure that they prevent this thing from happening. Even, I mean, this is part of prevention. When we inform you here now, we are saying, go and share, go and give these people information that should you be found guilty, you must know this is what is going to happen. So we are trying by all means to prevent that. But should people think that they will not be seen and then they just do it, they will be the statistics, unfortunately. In terms of the commissioners, we have got enough commissioners that we all still continuously train. The pool, we are increasing it, considering the increase in number of cases as well. So these matters, we give them priority when they are there. We try by all means to ensure that they are set down within the shortest space of time, and then to avoid the issue of witnesses who would later come and withdraw. We have had that big problem, where now in the initial stages when we are studying, where now people, the children will not testify. Unfortunately, the issue of the investigation is that of the department. The time frame, I think somebody asked about that. We don't have the time frame in terms of the collective agreement as well to say they must investigate within 30 days or 60 days. So depending on the complexity of the matters, sometimes it takes a bit longer. And also the issue of review, the reviewal. Isn't it that when an arbitration award is issued, then you are not happy with that award, then the next step that you are going to take is the review of that particular award. So that is referring that same award to the labor court. So there's no appeal but review. It's no longer the same as when it was in the department. So I think I have covered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comrades, we now coming to the union's response to school-based related gender violence. We are going to request Nina Benjamin to come. I'm not sure how they are going to manage it with Nosipo. Only Nina will come. Then David, when Nina finishes, you come in. I'm not going to come back to the mic. And then, with due respect, when David finishes, then the General Secretary must then come in. So that after that, we see how we process it. So that maybe we also go and rest, yes. Thank you very much. Comrade Nina.
Thank you, comrades. Good afternoon, comrades. I'm Nina Benjamin from the Labour Research Service, and I work with a partner organization called Gender at Work. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm going to speak about a program which focused on education unions taking action to end school-related gender-based violence. And this was a campaign initiated by Education International. And I think this came, as well as the United Nations Girls Education Initiative. This came about with an understanding that, when we're speaking about violence here, it's not something that's peculiar to us in the South African context. And we have this kinds of violence in schools all over the world. And Education International started from the understanding that you can't have quality education when you're having these levels of violence in the school. So in the Education International 7th World Congress, they adopted a resolution on school-related gender-based violence. And that we all unions would take some action to address these levels of violence. And in the next World Congress in 2019, Sadtu and Naptosa put forward a resolution around corporal punishment, and that was adopted unanimously. And I think that's very significant because it immediately set the tone on an international level that clear steps are being taken to address violence. Now, the program and campaign that I want to speak about took place in Africa and involved 9 unions in the Southern African region, East Africa, and West Africa. And to start, I won't be very long because I know it's the end of the day, but I want us to just see a short video, which I think will give you a sense of what this campaign is about. And then I want to just make a few points, particularly about different forms of intervention. We've spoken quite a lot about legal, collective bargaining interventions, and then we saw the young people singing here, and we're looking at there's a different kind of intervention. So I want, after the video, to speak about the different kinds of ways these 9 unions, and then in particular Sadtu, played and took up from between, I think it was 2017 to 2019. So I want to ask if we can start with the video, please.
A girl who is staying with her extended family members was raped 3 times by who happens to be members of the family. The teacher identified something strange about this learner, who then reported the matter to the social worker. The case is still going on.
Colleagues, the issue is that we are in school to protect the student. The school environment has to be safe for both boys and girls, such that we can really transmit or educate them as we are supposed to do.
We don't get that side of the story. Teachers as change makers,
creating space for safety, for security, for learning.
Education unions and for educators to view themselves as part of the solution, because they're right there in the classroom, right? They're witnessing what's happened. As you mentioned, sometimes they're perpetrating it, but also they can be victims of it. So it's very much an issue that they can work on in a very concrete way in the classroom with the students, through their pedagogical approaches, through what's in the curriculum, through creating an atmosphere in schools that really emphasizes the need for safety and security, because you can't have quality education if nobody is safe in the environment.
That if we didn't put teachers at the heart of this work, we were not going to get anywhere. Also, within unions, talking to unions, it was a safe learning environment. It was not one of punishment or pointing fingers, and it was more likely to get some traction, providing an opportunity for teachers to speak to each other about an issue of their own, which they care deeply about.
So these general secretaries, when they step forward to start working on SRGBV, they're understanding of an issue that in most of their unions they've been working on for many, many years. All of a sudden, a click happened and they saw a broader picture and saw that in terms of the sustainability of the union, the professional status, the issues around teachers being role models and examples for their students.
And conducted a session on hearing stories, which change team met with Uganda National Teachers Union staff and National Executive Committee. From there, a resolution was made to integrate the fight against school-related gender-based violence within the activities of the union. We have integrated it in our social dialogue meetings, in our in-service training for the teachers, in our Teachers Action for Girls, in our membership education training workshops.
The teacher unions took an initiative to do a baseline study. Teacher unions have formed pilot schools. These are the schools in which they are sensitizing the learners and the teachers, together with the school administration, on the dangers of school-related gender-based violence and the need to eradicate it.
Based on the survey, we've come up with a tool to measure violence. This tool is known as the School Violence Index. This School Violence Index has 4 dimensions: student group, teachers group, and the management group sit down and evaluate the status of their school. Then, having measured the status, they share this one with the school community around, and then they share among, and they join in hands to reduce violence, and this has really helped in reducing violence.
A teacher was spotted having canon knowledge with a learner by other learners. So the learners, because they were aware and were sensitized, they took up the matter and reported to the authorities. As a result, the teacher right now has been suspended and is awaiting disciplinary measures.
But this girl was given out hand in marriage. When the girl knew about it, she ran to the regional chairperson. When they got the news, they stopped the marriage instantly. The girl was allowed to continue school. This girl was saved.
These children also will serve as role models in the school. They will talk to their colleagues in the school. They will try to spread the message. And in a very short time, they will be able to change the attitude and behavior of children. For example, in my own school, the formation of the school club has gone a long way to eradicate violence between the boys and the girls. And now They have become ambassadors of peace and good behavior to other schools within the environment.
The teacher unions have also come up with a notice board program whereby any school-related gender-based violence action that is spotted should be posted on the notice board of the school so that everyone can know about it. So that is actually helping the culprits or the perpetrators to stop because they feel ashamed of being advertised on the notice board.
The challenge is to disseminate information to our people.
Social media we have taken by storm. And the reason for this is that every child and every educator who's on social media, be it WhatsApp, be it Twitter, be it Facebook, has access to our message and all the activities around it.
It is not fair for learners to be subjected to many processes. As a result, as unions in the country, whilst we are fighting against gender-based violence in schools, we signed a collective agreement that tends to take 3 processes in one and subject learners to at least one process where they'll give testimony only once instead of 3 times as it was the case previously. It's fair because in many instances, if we talk about abuse generally, the victim is always subjected to secondary trauma. So we feel this one will at least assist the learners not to relive the moment many times. It will only be once and the evidence can be used in all processes.
Also, the issue about stressing on code of ethics of the unions and of course of the whole teaching fraternity is also really, really exciting.
For a long time, the union was run by males. All the officials were males. And so the women aspirants who decided to vie for any position was viewed as a competitor, as a negative competitor. And so what the men would do would be to spread bad rumors, negative rumors about them. These are idle people, lazy, immoral, people who cannot achieve any academic success, and so they kept the women away. And so the women's union needs were never being addressed. So the women came together and put up a strategy. They decided to go through the women heads of departments and women with positions of management and shared with them. And so they came up with a strategy which we call at our local chapter, Sister to Sister. In fact, we even have a WhatsApp group that we refer to as Women of Substance. So once we identified them, we decided to rally behind these women. The advantage we had was that most of the teachers at the university are women, and today we have more women sitting in various positions of leadership.
So we really thought this could be a real game changer in terms of the global dialogue around school-related gender-based violence, and also a real opportunity for teachers to share between each other new skills, new approaches of how to get at this, how to make sense of this issue in their schools and in their unions, in their lives, and really launch something important.
I would say this is a successful story in terms of the work that the teacher unions have done, because the sensitization has borne fruits, has borne results. The learners are able to report, and the teachers also are able to take action. The school authorities and the education authorities are able to take action against teachers that are getting involved in school-related gender-based violence.
We heard of the enormous scope that in every union something was happening, and that what was happening was touching significant numbers of people. Capital city, at the national level, at the regional level, at the local level, there were hundreds and maybe thousands of people who were being touched by this through the outreach of the unions, through the sensitization, through the creation of brochures, radio programs, teacher training, talking to each other about their policies. It was
way bigger than we had any idea. All of that became tied up in the work around school-related gender-based violence. So I've really been struck by just how deep we've been able to go.
I feel we're making progress.
This is what made me so proud.
I'm fulfilled to say, really, I made a difference in the life of an African child, an African man, and African woman.
Yeah, we're happy.
I am more empowered and re-energized.
We are not just pushing women, but we are pushing capable women. And when they take up those positions that they never had before, it's bringing more women into unionism.
Let's create better schools where girls will find peace and learn and become leaders of tomorrow.
Speak up, report to the relevant authorities. We shall support you, our students, our colleagues.
Thank you. So, comrades, that video was done in a very simple way, where people basically used their phones and interviewed each other, because they'd all come, the group that you see, they had all come together from the different unions, the different 9 unions, and they then interviewed what they had thought were the results of the process and just videoed each other, and then we were able to put together a short video. So what I want to now speak about is some of the kind of strategies that came through from this work. I hope you can see the slide. And I want to start with what it means to own the issue. Own the issue as a union. And right in the beginning of this process, when Education International initiated it, the first point was to bring the top leadership of the union on board. So the general secretaries were brought together to discuss school-related gender-based violence. And there, from the very beginning, was the tension of what does it mean for the profession when this kind of violence is being seen, but also the tension between what does it mean to defend a member who might be accused of that. So right in the beginning, there was a buy-in process. There was an ownership right from the top. And this was not just something in the gender committee. This was something that the leadership right at the top of the union had taken on board. Owning this issue has also meant a look at what are the policies, the resolution, the constitution, the codes that exist in the union. And do those policies, codes, resolutions speak about school-related gender-based violence? And I think what was an interesting point that was made earlier is that even though there's a collective agreement in place, I think the speaker spoke about there's an increase in the numbers of cases. So while ownership is important at the level of a policy, of a resolution, and even in the Constitution, key to this process is the empowering of members. And what we did in this campaign was to say you need the people who are passionate about the issue, not just the people who are mandated. They need to carry this in their heart. And in each union, they then formed a change team, a team that would drive the process. So that team was not necessarily a new structure. It went across the different structures in the union. But what held that team together was the commitment to drive the process. And I think that, but in the case of Sadtu, there was a much broader reference group. Delegates and people were brought in from across the regions to also form change teams. But as I say, what drove the process was this group of people. And I think that it was interesting also that a lot of this had to be held by the gender committee in the union. But the gender committee alone could not keep the process moving. And in this empowering of members, there was not a one-size-fits-all, because the idea was that each school, each province would be able to initiate their own actions, and they would then speak and share those actions across the provinces or across the schools. So there was a focus on empowering members. Then I think there was an issue around walking the talk, of putting union resources to actually dealing with school-related gender-based violence. And this was an interesting discussion because many of the unions didn't have a lot of resources. So we saw very interesting processes of bringing this in to the day-to-day work that the union was involved in. So school-related gender-based violence became part of, for example, the recruitment process. But at the same time, the issue of actually allocating work plans and budgets to this work. That was part of the idea of how you drive the process, that it's in the mainstream of the union, and it's part of the work plan, it's part of the budgets. And we saw some really interesting initiatives of how it becomes part of the day-to-day work. You know, we saw the speaker there from Zambia, from Zanut, and from the other union in Zambia, Batus, who built this as part, school-related gender-based violence became part of the recruitment plans. We also saw in Ethiopia, for example, a focus on the teacher training colleges and the importance of having school-related gender-based violence as part of the sensitization of new teachers. And so I think that that's, and then there was an idea even of study circles. In one of the unions in the Gambia, they focused on setting up study circles among teachers themselves, where they had a chance to understand what this means and also speak to each other. And then I think you'll see the next point is working with others. And here, in many ways, Sadtu led the process about what does it mean to work at the multi-stakeholder level and bring in other organizations. And then I think another key point that was raised was that many of the unions worked on was breaking the silence. And what emerged in some of the conversations that was really successful were the radio programs. Two of the unions had consistent radio programs where they could almost counteract the narrative that unions are just allowing this kind of violence to continue. And so talk-in radio shows where people could phone in, where the union members themselves held the radio program and responded. And it was really interesting, the conversations there, because what we eventually agreed on, that we are always on the side of those who have less power. So even if it's our member, but it's a learner that's involved, we always go, the union's role is defending those who have less power. And then I think lastly was that there was the role the unions were playing in the actual empowerment of the learners. And you'll see in the video, there's a group from Sierra Leone that formed a play, because the union members then took a lead in forming school clubs. And those clubs became places for the learners to do what the choir did there today. Create their own initiatives, create their own plays. But the teachers acting as role models in that process. So comrades, that was just to share with you in a very, I think what, I hope quite a simple way, some of the key strategies that maybe we are involved in at the moment, but when we think of them holistically, we can see there's a place for each one of us to play a role. And I think importantly, while the struggle to get collective agreements, to get policy change is very important because that acts as a framework, we know from our own experience that that's not enough. That having the policy or the agreement in place is only one step. And all the other work here around that is key. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nina. David is not here, Jess, so you come.
I don't know what David was going to say. So I was going to listen and after that be able to respond because we've got to. But thanks, Nina, for the strategies that we have presented and for the video that we have seen, the work that have been done as a response by the unions to gender-based violence in our schools. So, because, President, I must respect you, time is not on our side. From the IMS school fan perspective, in line with our theme, that we have got to reclaim our dignity and making sure that our schools are safe and our environment are safe. That was a response basically to the violence in our schools. But it was not only physical violence, but it was also emotional violence and psychological violence and all sorts of violence that teachers are subjected to, our students are subjected to, and so forth. And therefore, there came a time where we're saying we can't just fold our arms and keep on talking. There's a time when we can learn from other people. That I saw Sundowns outside, they're putting some keys. Please don't take the keys. We're just trying to increase membership of Sundowns. We're in Pretoria, so you can't go away without joining Sundowns. But we needed to learn from Kaizer Chiefs and Orlando Pirates and Swallows, so that we said, as a union, how can we create an environment which is just for our teachers and for our learners? How can we create a space of learning which would treat our children of all ages as intellectuals? How can we create a space for our children and our teachers where we know their homes, we understand their background, that where we can say they can identify themselves and know themselves, knowing very well that the environment is allowing them that particular space to develop, to grow, because it's safe. So we said, we need to learn from those fans who go to the stadium when it's raining and brave themselves, brave everything. They put everything aside. Sometimes at home, when you are a fan of Pirates, your son is your daughter or your son is a fan of Chiefs. When Pirates scores, because always most Pirates scores first and they lose at the end of the day. So we wanted to learn what is happening in that family. Why is these people so emotional about what they believe in? Why would they go all out to ensure that they watch that particular game? Either they go by taxi or by train, but they will go. They will wear the regalia of Chiefs, or Pirates, or Sundowns. They do so with passion. They will do anything to support their club. They will do anything to protect their brand. Okay? Some of the people, Monday, normally, we chase them away from our offices because you find that they are wearing chiefs things, both DGS and the president, and then we always say to the security, please close the gate because we want peace here. But I want to simplify this thing. We were learning from them. We're learning from the fans how they will do anything to protect their brand, to protect their club. They will go all out to go and buy the merchandise of these particular clubs and display them on cars, display them in their houses, and everywhere they go. They are proudly Chiefs, proudly Pirates. Sorry, those who are Dynamos, and is it Dynamos? I'm sorry about that, but I think you understand. So we then said we need the communities to take that particular school as something that they can be passionate about, that they can create the space for our teachers to be able to teach and our learners to be able to learn. That church that is 6 kilometers away from the school will also embrace that school and adopt that particular school and really say to the congregation of that particular church, irrespective of whether it's what religion and so forth, they will also talk about the school. We say the taxi association that we have worked with them, initially when we started, we branded the taxis. We were saying, we need to stop the violence, we need to stop abuse in our schools, in our communities. We branded the taxis, but we're also saying when the taxis are branded, the commuters in the taxis will also embrace this campaign so that they always talk about this particular school, these learners, that they know them, they have an identity, they know their language, and therefore they need to be able to treat them as human beings in order to restore and reclaim our dignity and reclaim our spaces from there. So hence, we responded in that. So we have launched throughout the countries. We have branded, we have boards and so forth, but boards are not enough. We need to take the campaign beyond boards. Now, we need to do stories. We need our children to write to their parents and say, dear mom, dear dad, I know you work so hard to make sure that I go to school, but my school is not safe. I feel that one day I'm going to be a dropout because I fear that I'm being bullied or the environment is such that I can't go to the toilet because if I go to the toilet, the possibilities of being raped is high. So they need to write to the counselor and say, dear counselor, the school that the government has built for us is beautiful, but we are afraid that criminals just walk in, take the phones from our teachers, they take their tablets and so forth. We are urging you to act and work with us. We want those grade R, 4 years, 5 years, and grade ones, all of them writing beautiful posters to their parents, not only on Valentine's Day, because teachers always make the children to write on Valentine's Day, and I tear them off. Those things that when they bring, because Dudu taught me that I must not celebrate violence, but Violence Day, Violence Day, Valentine, so it's fine. Violence Day, so it's fine. It's Valentine. That's what it's like. I'm not trampling on your cause, those who celebrate Valentine. I'm just trying to say, if we can take that Valentine that people are so passionate about and take that and say, when we make them to write these posters that they write to their parents and tell them how much they love them, why don't they also say, we are writing these to our teachers. We're writing this to the president of the country, to everyone, the premier, and then say, on a Valentine's Day on the 14th of February, we think while we love you, we also love our school. Can you do something about our school so that we can believe in the school with peace and so that we are able to learn and become better people? So I'm saying, whilst there's a board in a particular school where we have said to the community, join us, work with us, we need to go beyond that. We need to do small things that can really be anchored in the hearts and the minds of our children so that they themselves can take this campaign forward and ourselves will do that. Because taxis, we said the commuters are talking about football, they're talking about golf, they're talking about rugby, but very little is said about the school, a very important institution in the life of people, right? So what did we say? We say we teach. So we can't teach when teachers are being killed. We can't work when our children are being raped in our school. Some of you are principal. Some of you might have an experience of a kid that has been killed, or a teacher of a colleague who has been killed, and then you are still traumatized and so forth. So that's what we said. We denounce violence. In whatever form the violence is, we denounce it, and therefore we want to protect our schools, and we want to work in our schools. So this was our response, and this campaign is the longest campaign that as Sadtu we have to run. It can't end now. It can't end at the Congress. It has to go beyond that, because we have not seen people taking action to making sure that we don't have children drinking alcohol in the classroom. We have not seen children being outraged when they see these particular actions and says, not in our name. This is our school, we cannot allow it. We've not seen the SRC of, is that SRC? RCL. Yeah, you'll understand. It's late in the evening now. It's RCL. We have not seen them standing and saying, we defend our school. We will do everything we can to making sure that our school is safe and it has got a just environment and so forth. So that is what basically our school fan is all about. It's a response, basically, but it has got to be organic. The board somewhere there was just a trigger. It was just an awareness. But what we need us to generate this love, this connection, and these, passion and compassion with that particular institution, because in that institution there's a teacher, there's a caregiver, there's a security, there's a cleaner, there's a child, and therefore there's human beings that are there, and we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. How many people are chiefs here? Let's see the hands. Almost. The whole hall is chief stud. I mean, if I were to say how many people are dynamos, what is that? Is dynamos? There's no dynamos. All right. Cape Town space. There's none. You see? Chiefs. Can we adopt chiefs? If we can adopt chiefs, I can tell you this campaign is going to move. Because we'll keep on calling parents and say, please come, this learner is not performing. Amanda.
Thank you very much, GS and Nina. Comrades, I don't think there are questions with regards to the presentation by Nina and the GS. In the main, they were talking to the school-related gender-based violence. What are the campaigns that EI is doing, and what are the campaigns that different unions are doing in their respective countries, as well as what we are doing as Sadtu in our own country? I think it's clear and straightforward. Comrades, we want to adjourn now, so that the last item that is on the agenda that is the union's guidelines for membership on school-related gender-based violence, be dealt with tomorrow morning by the DGS and Vice President Gender. We suggest that we adjourn now, and we start tomorrow at 8:30 on the dot. Sit down, comrades, sit down. Thank you very much. We want to check whether there are any other announcements other than the one of saying we are starting tomorrow at 8:30. Let me thank you, comrades, for having allowed me to direct program today, and let me thank your cooperation. Tomorrow, I think the National Treasurer will be in charge of the ship moving forward. The conference, oh, by the way, today is Kanyi's birthday. We want to say happy birthday, Kanyi. We know that you could not find time to celebrate your birthday today because you were working. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. Conference adjourned.